We are broadcasting live.
Good morning, everyone. This is the council meeting of the Town of Mono held on Tuesday, November 12th, 2024. This meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted in Section 238, subsection 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, and the Town of Mono's procedural bylaw 2020-42. Just a reminder, the emergency exits are in the rear of the council chamber. We do have a quorum. Members are free to declare a pecuniary interest at this point or at any point in the course of the meeting, followed up in writing with the clerk. And I'm going to ask that we do the land acknowledgement. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Mayor. We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the Town of Mono resides within the traditional territories and ancestral lands of the Tionotante, the Attawandaran, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the Town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions, and it is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connections of Indigenous peoples with this land, its waterways, and resources.
Thank you. I have a motion that council approves the agenda of session 18-2024 as circulated. Councillor Davey moves, seconded by Councillor Manctolo. Any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, a motion is carried. I have a motion that council approves the minutes of session 17-2024 as circulated. And I have a mover, Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any opposition to that? Seeing none, that motion is carried. I have a proclamation. Whereas November is Women Abuse Prevention Month and November 25th is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and whereas violence is the greatest gender inequality of rights issue for women, girls, and gender-diverse individuals, our community is committed to ending feminicide and all forms of gender-based violence. And whereas femicide rates are on the rise in Ontario, with over 52 feminicides in Ontario since November 26, 2023, including 3 femicides last month. And whereas last year in Ontario, on average, every 6 days, a woman or child lost their lives due to men's violence. And whereas Indigenous, Black, South Asian, and Southeast Asian women and girls continue to experience high rates of violence, including feminicide, on the 2022-2023 Ontario Femicide List. And whereas this month and through the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, we acknowledge our community's support of the Wrapped in Courage campaign and commitment to ending gender-based violence, and whereas there is an urgent and greater investment and action to end gender-based violence in our community and throughout Ontario by all 3 levels of government, therefore on behalf of Council, I proclaim November 25th, 2024 shall be known as the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women in the Town of Mono, and encourage all citizens to recognize this day. Question period.
Your Worship, was there one other item for
Yes.
proclamations?
Right. And that is a 10-year service award, which is in honor of the dedication and service of Matt Donor. So if you'd come forward, Matt. And we'll...
Is this just to warm us up for the budget?
Do we have enough light over by the flags?
Sure. 10 years flew by, right? Sure.
I clapped.
true, but I was...
That's great.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that's great.
Now, question period. Any submissions?
Your Worship, 2 questions were submitted online in advance. The first question from Mr. Baker, and he asked, how do residents of Mono convince Town Council to take the necessary procedures to cause a town hall meeting to be held in the middle of April of next year? And specifically, that there are no restrictions to residents with encouraging unlimited participation.
Well, I would assume that we will be holding a town hall meeting. And I think the past few town hall meetings that we've had, there have been no restrictions in terms of topic or failing to get around to acknowledge everyone. I think we go out of our way to do that. We often have a topic that we talk about, and we haven't yet decided as a council on the topic. But it would be my intention to have sufficient time for unlimited participation as encouraged by Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and in response to that, I mean, we did have a great topic because it was about road safety, and we had the OPP come and educate us on it. It was very informative. And then the question period did get kind of funneled into a lot of questions about the same topic. And so there was I think we've talked about that enough. Was there any more? So I don't know whether he maybe misperceived what was happening, but I don't know if he's asking for there not to be a portion of the meeting that is educational for the people. Because that's another way to have a meeting, to just have it completely open and say, come on and ask questions the whole time. It's not clear from his question whether that's what he wants. But it would be worth asking the people whether they want an education a portion of it or just.
And there's also the possibility that we could turn to the Mono-Momer coalition to organize and chair such a meeting. If there's some thought that council has too much invested in steering the thing one way or the other, put the organization into the hands of an independent third party. I just throw that out there as an option.
Okay, the second.
It's just an idea at this point. I have no idea.
So the second question from Mr. Hussein, and he is asking, has Public Works reviewed other materials that can be used on the Mono-Adula town line to help with the winter-spring thaw conditions that will be approaching?
Over to Matt.
No, Public Works hasn't investigated any new products yet. However, we have been out on the town line knocking shoulders off, removing shoulders and applying some limestone 3/4 crush run to improve the strength of the material on the road, as well as help improve road drainage overall. So as council is aware, Public Works has included $20,000 in this year's capital budget for geotechnical investigation work. And should that be passed, we'd be working with a geotechnical engineer to investigate the current gravel makeup. And that would include some recommendations on any new products. Everybody should be aware of the fact that any new product that goes down the road is expensive, and it only gets more expensive. So anything that is recommended will be going back to council for approval.
Okay. And I think it should be noted that you went out and met with the authors of the organizers of the petition that was presented to council, and I think you had a good session with them at the problem areas of the town line, as I recall.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Krellman. Our operations manager and myself met with 2 of the authors of the petition, and they understood the challenges that Public Works has. We have 270 lane kilometers of road to deal with. Mono-Adula town line isn't the only road that we're we're up against to deal with these types of issues. So, you know, they're very understanding in that regard. And we committed to taking the shoulders down town-wide to promote positive drainage to the ditches, adjacent ditches, and continually investigate new products for roads to improve the strength and the drainage. And like I said, we've already taken some measures in the fall to do that on the town line and elsewhere, and we'll keep working towards that.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the gallery? Elaine, good morning.
Elaine Kehoe, 388193 Mono Center Road. We've lost two very important people who have resigned, and they've expressed the reasons for their resignations. Whether we agree or we disagree with them, we've lost two volunteers who gave substantial time and knowledge in helping to make decisions for the town of Mono. I would like council to consider if they would allow a committee to be set up of 4 or 5 residents who would actively recruit these replacements, bring forth the resumes to council for your, because I realize under the Municipal Act, we do not make the decisions. It would have to be brought forth to council, but it would engage the people, the citizens of Mono, in helping to find new candidates for those positions.
Okay. So on Schedule A, the resignation letters are included, both letters. And I expect that when we get to Schedule A, I certainly have some things to say about the resignations, about the way in which the Committee of Adjustment wanted to do business, and in fact, in its last meeting, did business in such a fashion that I think is contrary, first and foremost, to the spirit of openness that we've tried to foster over the last 30 years in this town. But I think it's also contrary to the intent of the Planning Act, and it's certainly contrary to the intent of the Municipal Act that a committee can so-called make a decision to, quote, reserve, and then go behind closed doors and do all of their reasoning out of the sight of the public, and then come back with a decision having been formed, again, behind closed doors without justification. But I'll have further things to say when this comes up.
Your Honor, I think Ms. Keogh is referring to the replacement process, which she's making recommendations for.
That is correct.
And I'd say that that's a consideration, and I appreciate your suggestion.
Mayor, thank you. Yes, I was going to say the same thing, that it's great that you bring a solution to us right off the bat, as opposed to a complain about how things went. So I really appreciate that, and that's an interesting idea. Don't know about the rules, whether we've done that or not, but I certainly think that's an interesting idea that we should consider. So thank you very much.
I think if we actively involve the community, and as residents, we talk to people every day, you're going to get more people making an application for it rather than just putting it on the website.
Right. Yeah. I think the idea has merit, and the good news is that the committee does have quorum for purposes of proceeding, absent the two individuals who've resigned. So we're not completely at sea in that regard, but we'll certainly consider the idea.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Your Worship. Councillor Capes has her hand up.
Yes, Councillor Cape, sorry.
Thank you very much. I do want to maybe remind us that we do have a process for recruitment to our committees that is very public. There is usually an ad that goes out into the paper, and we call for applications, and there's no reason why community members, such as Elaine suggests, couldn't recommend people to apply, because there is a process where people, if I'm not I can be corrected if I need to be, but what I understand is that's how we actually do this. It's an ad is placed, we actively recruit, we take applications, and then we consider all of the applications, and we appoint the committee. So I'm not sure why we would change that process that we already have in place.
I think the process is getting citizens involved. By asking the community to be a participant in something, you are going a step further than placing an ad or putting it on a website. That's my suggestion.
Okay.
And I agree that getting citizens involved, but citizens, if they, if they know there is going to be this ad, we can put it on the website and everywhere else, that citizens like yourself could say to other individuals, how about you apply for this? Because we'd have to set up a whole committee to set up a committee, to hire to a committee, which seems a little bit overkill, because we'd have to vet the committee that you're going to set up. So, but there's no harm in all citizens knowing people and saying, this would be a good committee, why don't you submit an application?
Thank you. Elaine, those are is a good point, and it's a good angle to look at. But I have to say that Elaine's comment or suggestion, as she says, just takes it a step further with respect to asking for committed community engagement in a process. Because first of all, it's like, who wants to be on the committee to really get us this committee of adjustment fulfilled? Because we could put an advert in the newspaper and we can put stuff on the website, and people don't see it, and people are shy, and people, right? Like maybe it's I don't know. I think it's worth having a look at anyway.
Well, just so I can remind us all, we did fulfill all of our committee positions in the process that we have used time over time over time. And we have excellent committee members, notwithstanding that I'm sad that 2 have chosen to leave, but we have always managed to recruit excellent committee members to all of our committees. So I don't see a change in that process making any difference. And so, again, just to sound like a broken record, anybody who's listening to this, and Elaine, with your connections, you can go out and you can tap people on the shoulder and say, there are vacancies, there is an application process, please apply.
I will just do one further reminder. I only became a member of a committee when I challenged the reason why you had multiple people on multiple committees and turned down other educated people who were good for various positions, and thereby, just by turning a person away, would discourage other people from approach. And this way, at least, there's involvement with the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the gallery today? Anyone online? Okay.
I do have a question. My
Yes.
name is Val Hoagie. I'm at 713277 First Line EHS. I have been in contact with the council to see if they can help in understanding what's going on at the Brock aggregates on Fifth Side Road. I've had some changes in my water, as my neighbors have as well. And we are a little bit concerned about all of the fill that's going into the Brock aggregates site. There's a lot of trucks that go in on a daily basis. They line up in the morning, actually. And about 50% of them are fill. And just not sure how that's being audited or monitored. And I know you guys are trying to get it with the Ministry of Natural Resources, but we're not getting anywhere with it. Is there something else that can be done? Should I go to Sylvia Jones, get a group of people? Just looking for some advice.
So I'm going to ask our CAO to address this, as he's familiar with the rather interesting rules having to do with aggregate pits and their so-called rehabilitation. Mike?
Thank you, Your Worship. So, and Val, we've definitely had a few emails back and forth with the ministry and council as well. I did have an email come in on Friday that the ministry will be performing an inspection of the pit in the next 2 weeks. So that's a step forward from what we've had. Generally, compliance with the quality of the rehab material, which would be, I guess, what Val is calling fill. They are allowed to bring in material, and I believe they also have a mixing license, so they are allowed to bring material in to recycle and regenerate and utilize once again. They would definitely be under the Ministry of Natural Resources with respect to the quality of any material that enters through those gates.
Val, I think it's ironic that the town of Mono changed its bylaw to preclude fill from anywhere other than Dufferin County, the belief being that if we controlled the origin of the fill, we would, in such a fashion, we would minimize, not necessarily eliminate, but minimize the potential for contamination. But when it comes to the operation of a pit, we're at the mercy of whatever the ministry decides to allow in there. We're at the mercy of their reporting, which is next to, well, I think it's an annual report, and it basically says everything's fine. We know far too little about the origin of the fill and how frequently it's tested or how it's tested. And you started out by suggesting that we might want to get the MPP involved, and I would encourage you to call the MPP and express your concerns there as well. We share them.
Your Honor,
I know, and I will do that because there has been, as I mentioned, I've been here for, 17, 18 years now. My water's been fine. There has been a significant change, and I know they closed St. Mary's because they were so close to the water table and they were not allowed to go below the water table. So it's a pretty deep pit, and I am concerned that something's going on with the water. So I will definitely do that. I will follow up with Sylvia Jones. Is there any way I engage this council in order to make sure that we're all working together on it, or do I do this independently?
I think we should probably follow up with her as well, because you're not the first resident to express these concerns. I believe the operator, Brock Aggregates, was doing some sort of study with local wells, and I got called from people saying, should we participate? And I think the answer is probably yes, but it would be interesting to see the results of their own internal review. Ralph?
no, John, that was what I was going to bring up. I knew there was some testing of the local wells of the residents, and wondering if anybody had heard anything back from the ministry about that.
I don't recall the ministry committing to testing.
I think the company was doing the testing.
There was an email that came to everybody that said that they were testing, and perhaps in preparation for being monitored. But there was something from the actual company that they had hired a third party to do some testing.
I was not asked. I'm relatively close. I'm just on first line EHS south of 5th. And we were not, and none of my neighbors were asked to participate at all.
Interesting.
And actually, I've been working with my water guy because I've been giving him crap because I replaced all my systems because I suspected, after 15 years, maybe I needed to do that. And I've replaced everything, and that was our next step, actually, was to test the water coming out of the well. But it's about $200, and I mean, I'm willing to do that, but because I do have a huge concern, even for the lake, right? I mean, Island Lake is right there, and I've been noticing changes on that as well, so just a general concern around it.
I think that the following up and you bringing this today is important, and for us all to continue to follow up. But I just remind the glacial speed at which a lot of things work. Just because we've had an email that's in my memory recently doesn't mean that they're not going to do it and not ask you yet. It's not like I didn't get the impression that from the email that it was a fait accompli already and, oh, we're waiting for the results. It was more that, we're going to engage in this because we're aware that we want to be good neighbors. I mean, that was the gist of the email.
Okay.
Val, I'll undertake to try and get in touch with Brock Aggregates and find out what the status of their study is and whether or not, or try and find out from them who was approached. If I met with some success there, would you be interested in being part of their study?
Absolutely.
Okay.
As would my neighbor, I'm sure, because he's struggling with it as well.
Because Brock was certainly calling around. In fact, I think they were writing letters to people that they wanted to participate, get permission, and some on the north side of Hockley Road, which I found intriguing.
Okay.
Just to clarify, there was some mention of below the water table. There's no license to mine aggregate below the water table here.
Correct.
That was
yes.
proposed by CBM about 8 or 9 years ago, and this town and Orangeville and the rowing club vehemently opposed it, and it was held off by the ministry.
Yes, I was part of that as well. I was very concerned about them going below the water table.
Thank you.
Okay, I will pursue with Sylvia Jones as well, and I will keep Mike you in the loop as to what happens with that.
Thank you. Anyone
you.
else online or any last call in chambers? Okay, we have a delegation of the Orangeville Agricultural Society on the proposed noise bylaw, and if their representatives would come forward. Good morning, and if you could just press the button on the microphone and give us your name. So we have of course read the presentation, so you can summarize or proceed as you wish.
Jen Arnold from the Orangeville Agricultural Society, 247090 Five Side Road. Got a couple questions before I start, because I'm not sure, coming into this, Julie and Jim Orton had started this conversation with, I believe you, Fred? Is that right? No. Somebody? Sorry, the mayor? Sorry, was it with you? Sorry.
Actually, I think it was with staff, if I'm not mistaken. It was with staff.
Okay. Because I'm looking at the bylaw, and I'm not sure why we're defending why we shouldn't be going into a full ban of noise.
Okay.
So that's where I'm not clarified on that.
So just to describe the process, we brought forward a proposed noise bylaw. We gave it first reading, which is to say there was a pause to allow for public input. We put out the call for public input and had quite an interesting meeting with our bylaw enforcement people, and the idea of a bylaw that had zero tolerance for amplified noise came up versus the version that is before us. So we've made no decision as of yet.
Okay,
Probably won't until January. But we want to make certain that anyone impacted by this bylaw has an opportunity to put their submissions to us.
Excellent. I understand, thank you. Because I was
Microphone off, push the button.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Okay, sorry, thank you. That was one of my questions for reviewing this, is some of the complaints that were in this, I would never received as the manager. So how did the complaints get distributed to me?
Well, maybe if you do your presentation or summarize your presentation, and then we're going to ask you some questions and you can ask us some questions. Because I'm just worried we're not going to get to we have a limited amount of time. We're worried that we're not going to get to your presentation. But anything that we can do to improve communication is obviously a good idea. And, the degree to which you're aware of the community reaction to some of the events that are held on the site. That's an interesting statement that you make, that you're maybe not as aware of some of the complaints as you should be.
Right. And that's why I'm concerned about this presentation. I just wanted to know, what are your questions going forward, so that, because this isn't my word, so I don't know what you've just discussed, and I'm not comfortable discussing that, because there's no full ban.
We discussed the bylaw as it currently exists.
Okay.
And this was an open council, and we had submissions from the public that the bylaw did not address their concerns, and the suggestion arose as to whether or not we should have a model that has zero tolerance for amplified noise, as is the case in the town of Orangeville and other communities within Dufferin.
Okay, perfect. So what are your questions then about the proposal that Julie and Jim have made then? I'd rather direct those. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Fred.
Well, can I just clarify something? We certainly have got a lot of input from our residents, some of that input suggesting the new bylaw, when we make a decision, would simply ban amplified noise. No, not Friday for after 5 or anything, just ban it. Now, I think personally there's a bit of confusion here, and John, with respect, the Orangeville bylaw is a bit more complicated, and I'll oversimplify, but in effect, it defines noise. And I think in our new bylaw, we're going to use the same definition, because we're getting it from the same person. It's a definition that stands up in the courts, okay? And then the key operative part of the bylaw is it prohibits noise. So right away, and in the Orangeville bylaw, if you go down to the schedule of what actually creates noise, one of the very first item is electronic amplification. So immediately you sort of think, okay, anything that electronically amplifies noise, there's an outright ban. You can't even have your car radio on, right? But that's not actually how it works. It bans noise. You have to go back to the definition of noise. And I can't quote it exactly, but noise is something that at the point of reception is likely to cause discomfort. Did I get it close, Fred? Something like that. So,
Irritation.
yeah. You could have your car radio on. You could have person with a microphone. You could have a person playing records with an amplifier, as long as at the point of reception of somebody else, it wasn't such that it creates discomfort. So when John says the Orangeville bylaw outright bans, that's a slight exaggeration, okay? You have to understand it in terms of the definition of noise.
No, Fred is correct. Elaine Capes? You're muted.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to help Fred out there. So I have the noise bylaw survey right in front of me. Noise means a sound or vibration that at the point of reception, by its volume or nature, is likely to disturb the inhabitants.
Okay. So that's the definition that we're working with. The other suggestion that came up in the course of the public meeting was that we might have a policy that requires a complaint to be followed up if more than one person makes the complaint. In other words, there has to be a number of people, could be 2, could be 3, who complain about the same situation occurring, and that would then trigger an investigation by our bylaw enforcement people. That, again, was just an idea. It's not built into the bylaw. It would be a policy of enforcement.
Well, I've read your bylaw. I feel sorry for you. I really give you guys some sorrow here, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around where we're at in getting these complaints distributed to me. Like, how are they? There's been no fines levied. There's been nothing that's been said to me as the manager, and I've been the manager since 2023. So I'm like, where is the due diligence on the town's behalf to do that? Like, how do I know if there's a complaint if they're not notifying me?
I'm not sure we can answer that, but what I would like to know from the Orangeville Agricultural Society, you've read our current bylaw. We're going to change it or amend it, we think, no decisions. What we would like to know is, what could you live with in a new bylaw? Isn't that really what we'd like to hear?
And that was one of my questions as well. How can we work together instead of coming, I don't want to come defensively to you. I want to work with you in order to make this amenable.
That issue, is not going to get resolved today. This is your opportunity to tell us what your reaction is to what we're proposing, and it's our opportunity to ask you some questions. Linda, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, but not, that's fine.
Yeah.
I understand. So we're kind of at a standstill here, because then what can I do to help this? That's what my question is.
So maybe
My proposal says how great we are in the community, and I understand that and what we've done.
Yeah.
But how does that help you make a decision? This doesn't
Well,
make sense to me. So that's why I'm having the trouble of, what do you need from us? What can we
Okay.
do to make this, bridge this gap?
Let me ask a question. When you lease out the facility, do you have any language in the contract where the person leasing acknowledges the existence of a noise bylaw and promises to abide by it?
Yes, it's in the terms and conditions.
It's in the terms and
Yeah,
conditions?
under the 2004, we say we have this down, we also put it in our terms and conditions that there's a bylaw in effect, and this is the timeframes, and this is what they must abide by.
Okay, that's good to know.
Okay, I'll have a question for you then.
Sure.
Whatever our new bylaw is going to say, could you, as an organization, when you rent your facilities out, and you mentioned that there is a noise bylaw, are you in a position, let me give you an example. CBC, which sits right beside you,
Correct.
used to apply for exemptions from our noise bylaw, and in doing so, they assured us they would monitor the level of noise. Now, I think for legal reasons, we're not going to use decibels. Okay,
Yeah,
just-
I read that in the article, yeah.
Okay, okay.
That's fine.
But that aside, they actually would monitor decibels at the Vicky Barron Trail around CVC to make sure that the people, having a wedding or whatever, weren't exceeding the limits. And whether you agree or disagree with the noise, I think it was 55 decibels, they did a very good job of monitoring that, and they never exceeded it. Could the Orangeville Agricultural Society do something comparable, that when you rent the facility out and you say to the person you're renting it to, look, you're going to have to be careful on the noise, and we're going to make sure you are, because, I don't know, at the edge of your property, we're going to stand there and listen, and if it causes discomfort, you're in trouble. Could you do something like that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I do have a question. Thank you for coming, and I appreciate that you're in a bit of a hot seat. I wish
Yeah,
you
I'm
had
so
been-
sorry. I just.
I wish you had been the person who had written the document, but at any rate, I'm glad you're here as the new manager. So it says when you rent out, because we rent out for weddings and things here in Mono, in our two community centers and so on, and it's in there that the weddings can't have amplified sound and so on. Do you monitor it at the moment? Because our residents are telling us that it's just been escalating over the number of years, and over more years than you've been around, right? So that when you've come in 2023, I think it already is at a level that is unacceptable, which is why we're addressing the noise bylaw. But when you talk about, how you've been in that location since 1996, that's a long time. But our residents are telling us it's escalating. So are you aware that there is any, that you as the leaseor do any follow-up with the people who are monitoring at the moment of what because I gather the bull running and the monster trucks and so on is loud stuff.
Right. Okay, so just want to clarify, I've been around for 30 years. I've had a farm here in Mono Center since 1995, and also I've been with the society since 1994. So I do understand your concerns, and I've been through, just started the manager position in 2023. So I do understand what you're saying, but going forward with the noise for the monster trucks, the monster truck starts at 2 o'clock and it's ended by 4 o'clock. So it's within your noise bylaws, as well as the bull runs are also within your noise bylaw. So I don't know how you want, we've told them to turn it down to not aggravate our neighbors, but it is still within the noise bylaw timeline. The only one that is not is the fair, and is that can still continue to be one of the exempt positions, because it's hard to keep a local fair down in Amperage. So, but other than that, any other complaints, like I got this one from Subi Showdown, I know for a fact that that is untrue because it was done by 5 o'clock. We have video footage, and we also had Officer Scarletti, an OPP officer, on site the whole time. So who made this complaint, and how come I've never seen this?
Well, obviously, we've got to improve communication. I mean, that's...
And that is my first thing. Let's communicate. Let's have this communication. I'm willing to do what the town of Mono needs, but you need to express it to the people, like to me, myself, or to our board, so that we can change these narratives. By just handing this to us after the fact doesn't help us fix the problem, and that's what I'm here to do. I appreciate what everything the agricultural has done and the money that we brought into the community. That's great, but we want to carry forward and changing the noise bylaw to help everyone, especially certain citizens that are complaining about the noise. We want to make sure that they're satisfied. But we can't do that if we don't have any.
So I think going forward, we should probably try and re-engage with staff. And set up some parameters whereby you find out about complaints. I think that's fair, that the individual who is being complained against is notified, obviously. Noise bylaws, by their nature, are very, very hard to enforce. And in fact, I don't even suggest that our current bylaw is unenforceable.
Right.
And that's partly why we have said we need a definition that stands up in court. We need to have a mechanism whereby if charges are laid, that there's evidence presented to the court. There are people who are prepared to go to court and tell their story. And that's what we're trying to do here. But right now, and often if the bylaw enforcement officer doesn't personally witness the activity, that's not to say they can't lay a charge, but when they lay a charge, they have to rely on other people who did experience the noise, who did witness the event, to give evidence in court. So it's very complicated stuff, as you can appreciate.
No, and I do appreciate that, Your Honor, but I'm just saying if I'm not knowing of it, how can I resolve it? And that gentleman, the Subi Showdown gentleman who's got this complaint, is willing to bring in his video footage, willing to bring in the officer that was there the whole weekend. And how do we defute that? Mm-hmm. That's my question. Like, I just.
So, Fred, I think this is something that we need to follow up on, probably prior to our next consideration of the noise bylaw.
So, absolutely, Your Worship. So are you suggesting that you've had no complaints received, either forwarded from the town or directly from residents in the last 2 years?
I'm saying I, personally, as the manager for
Okay.
2023, have not received anything.
Okay,
No.
thank you.
Is there anything you'd like to say about your presentation? I think it gives us a good history of the society and the good work that is done. I think we all have to admit that the nature of the events that are ongoing there has changed quite dramatically over the last 10, 15, 20 years. And that is part of the issue. I mean, that's, I don't recall monster truck rallies in there, 15 years ago, but now you have them, and you have people coming back year after year. It's not the quiet cattle show anymore that it once was.
We still do have 72% agricultural events going on there, but I can guarantee you after the noise complaints from the circus, which I was not here for, we will not be having the circus back.
Or the kite flying.
Oh, no, or the kite flying. But other than that, like I said, I'd like to be notified. And if there's anything I can do on behalf of the OAS, I am a board member as well as the manager. I would be willing to work with anybody on this bylaw to make it satisfactory.
Any other questions, Fred?
Well, off the top, I'll just repeat
And Elaine.
myself. I would really like to know, could you, as an organization, live with something like the Orangeville noise bylaw?
Speaking to Orangeville Town yesterday, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And Elaine?
Oh, she's still muted.
Thank you. So, thank you. You did just answer a question, but I didn't get your name when you first started speaking, and I apologize for that.
No problem, Jen Arnold.
Jen Reynolds?
Arnold, ARNOLD.
Oh, Arnold, okay. Thank you very much, Jen.
Thanks,
So
Elaine.
you just stated that 72% of your events are agricultural?
Correct.
So I guess, not to put you on the spot now, but I would like to understand what agricultural events includes. Is there somewhere that I can find that?
You can look on our calendar. There's horse shows, there's cattle shows, there's the rodeo, there's the fair, there's also,
Okay, I just wondered if there was a list somewhere that any agricultural society, in order to preserve, their status, what it means to have agricultural events and host agricultural events.
I can forward that to you if you'd like. It's on the Horticultural Act and what we
Very-
do
very
provide.
awesome.
Not a problem.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for Ms. Arnold?
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry, I don't know how to put my hand up. This is Val Hoagie again. I think what might help is I am a close neighbor. I appreciate the
Val.
fact that you need to make income and,
Val,
you know, we tried. Oh, sorry, I'm
I'm-
not allowed to ask.
This is actually a delegation, so we're not back
Okay,
in question
sorry.
period again, but if we do want to hear from you at some stage, and that will probably be in advance of the noise bylaw debate.
Okay, I was just going to say notification of what's going on would be helpful. I look constantly to try to find what's going on and I can't find it, even on your website. So
Okay.
that might be something to take a look at. It helps with the neighbors. That was my recommendation. Sorry.
Thank you. And I see Ms. Arnold is making note of that.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I guess my question to you is, this report was written, which created quite a bit of a stir with us all, frankly. And then you say you admit or whatever, acknowledge that you haven't heard the complaints, and yet we do know that there's lots of complaints, and we do know that that bylaw has been out there, I think, by what our clerk kind of alluded to. So I don't understand why. So not only do we need to improve our communication, but it looks like internally you need some improved. You're our point person who we're supposed to be communicating with now?
I would say yes, because
Okay.
I don't have any idea of what's going on. So I'm just kind of like, wow.
Okay, great.
Yes,
Okay,
please
well,
do so.
that's good to know. That's good to know. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Arnold, the other thing that we've done as a council is we have regular reports on bylaw activity. And those sort of numbers in the aggregate are made known to us in open council. We usually have some in-camera discussion of specific complaints that are ongoing, but it's probably, we're approaching a point maybe early in the new year where we will have another meeting where Fred Simpson, on behalf of the bylaw enforcement, will present us with information about what's gone on by way of the number of complaints, the number of resolutions. We also have a website where if it gets to the point of a charge or an order, it is on that website. And the disposition of the matter, once it's before the courts or once it's part of a Planning Act order, the disposition is also indicated as well. So we're as transparent as we possibly can be on the issue of bylaw enforcement.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much for...
Thank you for your time.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, I've had my hand up. Yeah, so it's a really good presentation, and I liked it. But on your website, I can't see any images. Can you verify if there's any images that is on the website? Because I'm looking at the website right now. I have got through monitoring.
I'm having difficulty hearing you, but this isn't the question period, so this is just a delegation that we've heard from, and we have to move on the agenda.
Right.
But by all means, submit a question for the next meeting of council if you wish, or come to the meeting that we will schedule to in writing, and by all means, come to the next meeting that deals with the noise bylaw. Yeah, which is a public meeting. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Arnold. So the next item on the agenda is the list of unfinished and deferred council business. Any questions or comments on the list? We're slowly making our way through. Melinda?
Thank you. I have a couple of comments. And the first one on the list is our Hockley Historic Community Hall and Church. And so just as a public service, that this weekend is going to be the dedication celebration. So residents should make a point if they're in town and able to go to that. But I, again, just wanted to, and then the second one is the bylaw and the chickens, and here we are in the fourth quarter and so on. So I just, again, wanted to say that maybe there's a few, the chickens, the firearms, and the Island Lake one, they're on, maybe it's time for us to really push those to a different date, since we're already at the end of the 24. So as not to get too many, because I know that this is a public document and it's for us, it's a working document, we've talked about it at length many times, but that it's out there and the public sees it and so gets the wrong kind of impression unless we keep those dates of when we're going to bring it back, I think, up to date. So that was my suggestion about the unfinished
Elaine?
business.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I recognize that a lot of these take a lot of effort. I appreciate that. But some of them have still no estimated date. It would be good to put something in there. The other thing is that some are still here, and they've been here since 2021 or 2022. That's when they were raised. So a review of the set fines, number 4, well, it says number 4, yes. And then also access to Island Lake via Lynn Gibson. Like, surely we should be able to do something with these. And then the same, the new site alteration, I see it's difficult, but still, one's been there since 2020. Like, I think maybe if staff could take a look at that and come back to council and say, okay, we're going to reshuffle these and we're going to tackle these right now. I'm not sure, but it just seems to be that I'm not sure what progress we're making, because number 5 on there since 2022, and data collection report. Like, I'm not sure what we're waiting for, but it does say that it's coming back in Q4, so I'm not sure. Anyway, there's no established dates for some, and some of them have been there for far too long. We should do something and get rid of them and put something else aside, I'm not sure. But I trust staff to come back and tell us what we should do.
Yeah, I had a question, but I can partly answer Elaine's question. It's called workload. I think I've got that correct, right? Correct. But here was, in other words, we have piled so much review of bylaws on our clerk that I think he's gasping for air. My question was going to be on number 1, the review of the special events bylaw, which Elaine parenthetically mentioned, it's been on the books now for 4 years. I had forgotten, we have set up a subcommittee to look at that. Who is on that subcommittee, and have they met? Have they done any work, and are we going to get a report from them on where they're at?
So the subcommittee is a subcommittee of the Dufferin Clerks group. Used to be the Dufferin Municipal officers. That group is split into 3 separate groups at the clerk's office or at the county level. So this is not a subcommittee of town. This is a subcommittee that includes several clerks of other municipalities, a couple of fire chiefs, chief of the paramedics, public works, and public health. So that's...
So this is a fairly massive undertaking.
It's a big undertaking. In all honesty, it hasn't progressed much in the last 6 or 8 months. Some of the items that are raised I can speak to the short-term items. For example, the intention is still to bring the firearms discharge bylaw this year. Of course, there has been, some things have overtaken it, and I think the CAO can speak more broadly on some of the items that don't have dates is because I believe they also incur external resources.
Well, if I could, the list as it now stands, I'm just on number 1, the special events bylaw, is anticipating we will have it done by the first quarter of 2025. I would point out between now and the first quarter of 2025, we've got a budget to get through, we've got a noise bylaw to get through. Can I have confidence that we are going to see something in the first quarter of 2025 on the special event? No confidence. Okay.
Well, and let's get things into perspective here. This is a bylaw that we currently have on the books that dates from 1985. Yeah. And it is rarely, if ever, used. Yeah. I think, Ralph, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Pollinator Garden decided to abide by the bylaw and made an application, but that's probably the only activity on that bylaw in the last 25, 30 years. So maybe one more, okay? So, this should not be a high priority. On the other hand, I feel badly for that poor gentleman who wanted to do the chickens for his kids. And through no fault of his own, he gets hung up in the town bureaucracy. And I don't know what's happened there, apart from the fact that we still don't have a bylaw. Now, bylaw for one person, maybe that shouldn't be a high priority either. But I'm concerned about, customer service here in terms of addressing something that he came to us in good faith about. And frankly, we dropped the ball. No one in this room was involved in that, but the ball was dropped. I've gone on my chicken bylaw rampage before.
You have, Mayor, about the chickens, and it's not that chickens are bad or good or anything. It's the urban setting versus the rural, which requires actually a great deal of public input. Is because it's a noise, smell, and nuisance and all that, right? So it actually is a big deal. It sounds like a small thing, it's just a chicken, but it actually has a big impact on neighbors, as bylaws do. And when we've had these bylaws in the urban settings, you can see that then they're rescinded or they've had a trial. Or it's a touchy one, just as is the short-term accommodation thing. On the surface, it seems like, it's just a small thing and let's fix it. But I think it's a big list. I think it's a big list and it's an important list. My question just is, because we have that column, and we've talked about this before, because we have that column, let's keep editing it to give the public and council the realistic look at which quarter or which year we're going to do things. And because nobody wants to rush anything. Because if rushing something, we're going to make a mistake. So I'm not advocating that. I'm just advocating, I'm getting excited now that you've said that you're thinking of, that we're really, the goal is the firearms by the end of the 20, this is good. But is it going to happen, right? So that's my question.
Elaine?
Thank you. And I do want to speak a little bit about that review of the special events bylaw. I might be using the wrong bylaw, but it's connected. I think there is urgency around that. I know in Mulmer, there has been a number of, we're looked at from the GTA as the grand playground to host things outside in a big, huge farm property, on a big rural property where, people can come and see lights and listen to music and do all kinds of crazy things that don't belong here. And so I think that we do need to pay attention to that. And maybe, Fred, I'm not sure if that's what you meant by that subcommittee was established, because that was could have had serious implications for the town of Mulmer, that event, had it come about, but they used that and some other bylaw to strike it down. Anyway, I think, we had the same thing with a kite flying, which we advised that it would be better off on an events fairground property. But there's more and more of this type of activity that people who run events, who see an opportunity to make big money and just ship it off to, some rural place where nobody's going to worry about it. And I think that's a serious thing. And so I think that is important. So I do want to draw attention to that. Thank you.
So it's not as if we don't have an events bylaw. We have one. It's very, very awkward. It's very clunky. So if we had to use it in order to rein in a proposed activity, we could. It's just that it hasn't been used, and we haven't had occasion to use it that frequently.
Okay, well, if it would satisfy making sure that we could disallow or not approve or not give a permit to events that we don't really think fit here, then that's great.
Well, not having read it in recent memory, I don't know what the penalties are or the degree to which it's enforced, but I think we do have it on the books. It's just so we can make it better. Fred, do you have anything to add to the discussion?
With respect to the events bylaw, one of the things that slows that down and why we're taking more time is it involves a lot of external agencies. Emergency management through the county is involved, which is why, and OPP and ambulance. So we're trying to establish something that all municipalities within the county can have similar bylaws so that those other agencies know how to deal with it, and it's not different for each municipality. That's why we struck that committee.
A lot of progress here. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to add one comment. I hear all of that, and that's fine, but the fact that we do have an existing bylaw that is rarely, if ever, used creates some confusion out there on the part of some people. They're unclear. Okay, the pollinator garden applied and use it, but that is very rare. There's other groups out there who sort of look at me and say, does it apply to me, or am I supposed to apply for a special events permit? And they don't know. So there is some confusion out there.
Mike, and then we're going to have to move on.
Great, Your Worship. I'll be quick. So I could list a whole bunch of reasons as to why these are not progressing forward, but I think it's more important that the clerk and I will commit to give a little more information as to why they're not moving forward and provide you with some realistic dates at the next meeting.
Okay. Well, it's appropriate that our next item on the agenda is the Service Delivery and Organizational Review, which may pose some solutions to the issues. Mike, would you like to lead off on that?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll be a little bit at council's hands here as how to proceed. As you're aware, the service delivery review was done in 2023. I committed to doing an overview of the 10 recommendations that were inside of that review. They were prepared by the former CAO and finalized, but I did play a major role in them. There was probably $150,000 of software recommendations in those reports. There was no mention really of staff impact or whether there would be a requirement for new staff to be required to implement those new software programs that would be created. The first comment is about succession planning. That's a no-brainer. I can provide that to council. That's simple. I'll work with the senior management to talk about succession planning as retirements and career changes advance through the town. The second recommendation was with respect to community engagement. I've started to do some research. It's software provider. Everything's boiling down to software now and how you provide this. There's definitely groups out there that can set up programs and public-facing community engagement, but they all generally boil down to a software process now, and everybody seems to be working through website engagement. So I will be I'll be participating in a presentation tomorrow with respect to a community engagement firm to see what they have to offer and what they can advance. But right now, in comparison in my review of certain towns that have already done this community engagement, a lot of our website is containing this information already. So I am recommending that, or I have made some changes with the current organizational structure already that will provide an administrative assistant to myself, which is a backfilled position, which will aid myself in commencing with the community engagement research, review, implementation for the year of 2025. So the third one is one of the biggest ones that was contained inside of the SDR. The Public Works Department, there's no recommendation for a staffing count or an increase of staffing numbers within the recreation, but there is definitely an identifiable lack of, sorry, on number 3?
I thought that was Public Works. That's what he's talking about. Oh, but you said recreation.
No.
Then I'm hearing wrong.
So with Public Works, so it was identified that our public work or our operations foreman was definitely putting in excessive hours, well over 60 hours, especially during the winter. Poor work-life balance, and the recommendation was to create a operations manager position, and the contents of why that is described inside of my my report. Repair's experience strategy, I firmly believe that'll fall out of the same recommendation as number 2, to commit to working and getting information out to our residents in a form that is satisfied to all levels of social platforms and text platforms. So those will be taken on over 2025. And the number 6 falls in line with the succession planning. What people do on a daily basis is now been documented inside their new job descriptions that were all created or all updated over the last year. And we continue to make sure that when people do advance or move on from the town of Mono, the new staff coming in and know exactly what they're required to do. So those are definitely clear realignments. New tools and optimize existing ones. This talks heavily about our citywide work order service program that we do currently have. Public Works is deep into it. Bylaw enforcement is deep into it, and recreation will be advancing in 2025. We're just starting to get good data out of the Public Works software now. We're able to review how long it takes to close work orders, how many work orders we received during the year. We're in our 4th or 5th year with that, and we're just starting to get really good data out of it. And we'll continue to work with our digital content specialists to make sure that our public outreaching on our website is clean, fluid, and accessible. So number 8 is technology advanced as well. It's on document retention, and the clerk and I have had some good discussions on it. The money that was the $15,000 to $45,000 in the service delivery review is probably well underestimated. It's a $50,000 at first sod. It's $50,000 to implement these file saving and securing programs. So the clerk and I are trying to get to this. I've noted in this report that the clerk's time is being shared heavily with by law enforcement, if not 60 to 70%. And the clerk is we're struggling to find the time to get advancement on this. Director of Recreation will continue to work with the treasurer with respect to the requirement for an additional vehicle inside of the Recreation Department that can be submitted for the 2026 budget. Well, there's a business case analysis for that. And number 10 has been on the books since 2017. We started to talk about the establishment of a new public works building in the south end of Mono. Council's been putting money towards it. The development charges study and the development charges themselves have been collecting for this, and we'll continue to advance that. And the Director of Public Works will likely during 2025 or 2026 provide council with an updated growth-related operations and land needs analysis with respect to that. So, the biggest thing about the organizational review, and I don't know whether council wants me to flip to the flow charts now. It's pretty straightforward what I've done. I've taken away the 50-50 shares of administrative assistants, which caused huge confusion, and it actually hampered our administrative assistants from expanding on their duties. So I've realigned the in 2022. You can see the rounded boxes. They're all shared 50-50 through different departments, and as we move forward to 2023. We still have some shared positions, but there was the generation of the the hiring of the recreation assistant, which is the rounded box on the far right. That was a dedicated, or in 2023 was shared with customer service. Treasury was once again shared with water and wastewater into public works, and in 2024 is the big realignment that occurred in 2024 was with the hiring of the dedicated recreation assistant in 2023, allowed the customer service representative to have capacity and move into bylaw services. Further in 2024. Bylaw services was realigned to report to the clerk. That provided direct administrative assistance to the clerk. We still, at this time, with respect to the creation of in public works, you'll see the administrative assistant to water, wastewater with an asset management side of it. And that dedicated position allowed the treasury admin assistant to have some capacities, which allowed that assistant to be blended in with the administrative assistant to myself, which will allow us to start to work on our community engagement and review this ratepayer strategy. That CAO's assistant was vacant for 7+ years. And it'll help myself function through all the recommendations inside of the service delivery review. In 2025, you'll see on the left under Public Works, I'm recommending to council that the creation of the operations manager be generated. You'll see under the operations employee, we've actually went from 11 full-time to 10 full-time because we plan to succeed that internally. There's no request for extra staff in Public Works, just a title and an operational change. By the end of 2025, you see that the CAO admin assistant and the community engagement coordinator are fully blended, creating a dedicated role to the CAO's assistant with with the recommendation of the SDR in full swing by the end of 2025. That would leave a Treasury, one complete employee unit in Treasury vacant for at the end of 2025. And you see that the changes that I've recommended for the administrative assistant to the clerk has now lost its customer service and reports directly to the bylaw enforcement and the clerk. As I noted in the report, customer service is done by all frontline staff, and during the course of 2025, we'll work through what our community engagement and how that blends with customer service. 2026 is where I think the biggest change comes. I've spoke heavily about the unfinished business list in the one document. I've reviewed these job descriptions with staff, and should council wish to see progression in these departments, then I'm recommending new positions be created. A GIS asset management technician underneath of our GIS IT data manager, the cybersecurity and the IT requirements with the SCADA systems for our water system and our IT requirements have increased. Just flooding that department would be recommended to have somebody underneath of them for it to progress further. And I'm also recommending a climate and energy technician should council wish to proceed with more outreach on climate change and helping the town to get to our net zero of 2051 commitment. The Treasury assistant is shown as vacant, but that would be filled subject to council approval in 2026 budget. Director of Recreation will be reviewing the lead maintenance position over the course of 2025 during our salary review process to ensure that job description isn't better described as a facilities manager. The Treasurer and Director of Recreation and myself will work through that process during this year. And you see that I've asked for a dedicated bylaw enforcement manager in 2026. That'll relieve the clerk of essentially all duties with respect to bylaw, and that position would have part-time bylaw enforcement going to it. So it is aggressive. Budget's high this year. Duties are high this year. Council's seeing a backlog in work that's not being brought forward. Performance evaluations of all my senior management, and they're doing all of their assistants are showing that we're at capacity with our available staffing right now. And should council want to proceed, then something has to be modified. So.
Just before I open it up, the chart for 2025 shows the Director of Planning for the first time as not being vacant. Is that suggesting that we would be hiring a Director of Planning?
So during the month I'm timing it. I don't want to release it at Christmas. The job description's ready. I need to talk to council in camera with respect to pay grids. There needs to be some work done on that, and I plan to release this. I could release it in December, but I'm thinking the 1st of January would probably be the better. It can go out in January or December and then re-advertised again in January. I don't think closing it over or near the holidays is appropriate, but the expectation is that we'll continue to use consultants until that position is filled.
Questions? No questions? Ralph?
I got up early to go over this, Mike, and I still don't fully understand. I don't need to, because it's your staff and it's your decisions about what you do to make the town work more effectively. And I'm very pleased to see this this reorganization that you've done. I think you're very humble about this. You made use of your staff for their opinions, but you brought the first period you've been at CAO, the experience of that period, to bear on what you think we should be doing to make things better. And I know you'll fine-tune it in the future, and I have every confidence in that, and I'm very pleased to see this.
Elaine?
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, Mike, for this. It's very well thought out. It's a very well articulated response to a very detailed report, and it's much appreciated. I have a lot of comments, but I don't know if it's appropriate to ask them all here. But one of the things I would be curious to see is the reporting by department from citywide, because we've never had any reports shared with council that I know of that come from citywide. And if citywide is the, place to track customer interface and, what comes out of those things, I would love to see that. And I know that I have mentioned this before when we talk about engagement and strategies for engagement. And yes, you're right, a lot of it happens online. But I know that I followed an organization called Granicus for a very long time. I took part in all of their free demos back to like 2000 and, I don't know, 8, because they offer a very good product that helps improve service delivery, fosters community engagement, and drives opportunity for operational efficiencies. And I'm not sure if that would help us with process and with number 5, which now I've not written down what number 5 was. Let's go back in the report. Anyway, number 5 was process again. So I'm not sure, if that helps us. And I'm very pleased to see this. I do have a question about page 10 says the planning department, there's large volumes of service requests. I really, again, don't even know what that looks like. So I don't know if that's a question I could ask now, like, what are those requests? How many are there? I don't know if that's something that could come to council. I don't know if that's part of what's in citywide that could help us.
Mike, is that something you can address?
So the planning department is not currently using citywide. It's a plan of 2025 for that to commence fully. These requests are back again to real estate agents. A typical question from a resident asking what they can do on their property takes upwards of an hour and a half of research. As we move through the zoning bylaw and as our planning technician becomes more familiar with our written documents, that is expected to drop down, obviously. But the will and the want of people to build secondary dwellings, secondary apartments, secondary tiny homes right now. We're spending a lot of time with applicants that council would not even be aware of these applications coming to council. So the general request of real estates is probably still the big one, and I know we have the document, but the goal is to continue to work with our planning technician and our digital contact website specialist to ensure that it's as easy as possible to do the research. But if council's ever taken a read of our zoning bylaw, it requires the professionalism of a planner to review, or a planning technician. So it is. Those are definitely the major phone calls, and there's a huge will for people to make a family home for their kids on their property. It's huge. It's huge right now. And those are generally the ones, and we see we're the Planning, Environmental, Natural Heritage Committee will be. We have six zoning change applications on the go right now for Highway 10 that council will see in the future, from urban to commercial. So the want to have home businesses is alive in Mono. With respect to citywide reports from directors, during my tenure as Director of Public Works, council was provided with some pie charts with respect to workloads and work orders numbers. There was a similar report provided during some issues with respect to brown water complaints. So those are definitely things that I can talk to senior management about starting to generate. But as I've noted, we're just getting into the full usage of citywide, and managing our staff and our workload via this software program is probably where we are now, and whether that's the operations manager is using it daily. Customer service comes in, first thing they do is open up citywide. They see what happened yesterday on the phone. They know how to commence forward. But as from a management review of the citywide work orders, it's highly administrative assistant right now. The data is being plugged in, and for the managers to start to review that and assess efficiencies and performance with respect to timeliness of completion of work orders is still definitely in its early stages.
Okay, wow, thank you for that answer. That's brilliant. And so, like, does citywide answer any of the questions that we have for what's been called a CRM at all?
A little bit. I haven't done a lot of research into it yet. The clerk's sat through more sessions than I have with respect to it. But I think that's something that'll definitely be vetted throughout the course of 2025. And I've committed to council a lot of reports and analysis during 2025 as we move through the reorganizational change that I've asked for, and I think that'll come out fall of 2025.
Okay, and sorry, one last question. Number 9, a cloud-based filing sharing system. So what do we know what our other surrounding municipalities are using, or what Dufferin County itself is using? And is there any way that there could be a shared cloud based system created? Like, the municipalities everywhere must use something, because I don't know.
So I know TomRems is one of the softwares that's utilized by larger municipalities. My understanding is it's cumbersome to implement. But as noted, the clerk and I need to find the time to get into what the best situation is here. What is happening now is the digital file saving of documents. Our current paper system, we're still using it. We're trying to unload it, and you can see how the newer employees to the town of Mono are definitely on the digital path, and our vault is from the 1920s, and we're assessing how to deal with that internally. We're moving through that process, and that needs to be taken into account before we make any moves with respect to cloud-based saving and so forth. So,
Right.
I want you to know, Mike, that the near seniors on your staff got a good laugh out of that.
it's been they're well aware of where we're moving, and how this is a major shift change to removing paper from the town of Mono and moving into a digital era.
Thank you. The one observation I'd make about your organizational charts is that they reveal everyone. I mean, when you are including the landfill assistant, who of course only works a few days in the spring and a few days in the fall, when you include crossing guards, crossing guard, singular, you've captured absolutely everyone. So this to me says that we have a very lean organization, certainly by comparison to other municipalities. But it's all there. Bartenders, my goodness, we have bartenders in here as a category, and obviously we need them for the events that are held in our halls. But congratulations on making sense of it. I just have a general question, and that is, I'm going to go to the defense of our clerk. Is there anything more that we can do for Mr. Simpson apart from getting the monkey of bylaw enforcement off his back? Which I think is completely appropriate.
Want me to answer that? Originally under planning, bylaw. Moved into the clerk's department during some changes 5 years ago. And this is the increased workload from bylaw enforcement has absolutely nothing to do with council's, well, it has a little bit, but council's will to make sure that Mono is a clean, well-run municipality where residents understand what they're allowed to do and not do on their properties. The complaints have increased over the last 5 years. So that's why I say it is a council initiative to make sure we're after this. But it's the population that seems to be changing a little bit to get there. I discussed this in the succession plan part of the role, that deputies to positions, like I'm the deputy clerk right now, but as council's aware, I'm not there for assistance. I'm there to fill in if Fred's on vacation or sick or away. A deputy clerk is an option that would definitely aid in controlling the workload at current, and it's a new pay grid on the town employee salary chart. But that's definitely an interim position that would lead to good succession planning. But in the short term, it would definitely take some of the committee organizational and the preparation of council meetings off of the clerk's role, and lighten the load.
Any other questions or comments? I have a motion that council receive the report of the CAO titled Service Delivery and Organizational Review dated November 6, 2024, and that council approves the creation of the operations manager position as identified in the service delivery review. Councillor Davey moves, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any opposition? Councillor Capes. Were you moving or seconding? Okay.
I was offering to move or seconds, but
Okay.
you've got that covered, so however you like to put
Okay.
that. Thank you very much.
I'll make you the seconder. How's that? Thank you. Any opposition? And that motion is carried.
Thank you.
Takes us to the next part of the agenda, the CVC board meeting report, September 13th. Fred?
Yeah, first of all, I was a little confused at how something that I had suggested be part of Schedule A of our last meeting now shows up here, but it does show up. I think because I've had some phone calls and emails that one of the questions that arose from my report was about the CVC's application for grants to build a recreation center. Andrew, can you put up on the screen, because this will help to explain what's happening, both the before and after picture? Okay, yes, good. The picture on the left is what Credit Valley, or Island Lake looks like now at the far west end. The road down there, those buildings, can you see without me getting up and pointing?
No, we can see.
Okay, and so that's where you get your boat rentals and your life jackets and your paddles and your oars, and going around on the outside there is the Vicky Barron Trail, and then of course you've got the road here going down to the the various picnic areas and work areas further to the east. Okay, the picture on the right is, if they get this grant, what it'll look like, and the new recreation building, oh boy, I hope I can point that high.
Yeah, we can see it up in the upper left-hand corner.
Yeah, so that new building would replace some of the existing buildings, and I think what did they say, $21 million or something? I've had questions about that, and I think I've answered them, but if there's any more on, I mean, I'm no expert on what the recreation building is going to be. It basically is going to replace some of the existing buildings. So I'll just leave it at that.
Fred, is it a bit of a misnomer to characterize it as a recreational facility? Is it not a welcoming, like a center, orientation center, as opposed to?
Well, it is, but it'll have classrooms for when they bring children in. Look, I'm no expert on what it should be called.
But
That's what they called it.
recreation is it's a big term, and it's not that there's an arena in there. It's not that there's a swimming pool in there. It's more like the place you go to sort of check in.
Yeah.
The classroom thing I get, because the facilities now are challenging in that regard. But I just thought I'd mention that. Elaine?
Yes, thank you. I did go to the management at the CBC. Thank you to Fred for contact information. And to understand it, it really takes and collapses all the old sort of dilapidating buildings and puts them into one space. And it is, I would say, much like what I see in a provincial park when we go camping. It has a visitor center, so it will have all kinds of information about the park and what's in the park, and it will have educational classrooms for kids, and I know my kids, when they were in elementary school, used the classrooms out further down in the park. And it will house the boat rentals, et cetera, et cetera. So it is, to use the term that we would maybe think of as recreational center, it is, as you say, Mayor, it is not a recreational center that's going to run like, hockey and basketball and volleyball and all those kinds of things. It is a collapse of all of the structures that exist there now, and with some upgrades to have a proper visitor center, and it looks quite nice when you see the plans. So it's not that it's going to generate, because my concern when I first saw that recreation complex was that they were going to start to run different recreation programs there that weren't part of the CDC regular programs, and then cause all kinds of more traffic to be on that road, which is the driveway, which is kind of, it's a big disruption to the people who live on that road. So I don't see that it changes any of that. I think it's refreshing what they have to offer the public, and I think it will be a very nice center.
Yeah. Melinda and then Ralph.
Thank you very much, Ralph. Yeah, I'm glad, or Mayor. Yes, I'm glad you had a look at that, Elaine. But this was, and it's nice that you're giving us the report, and the report came onto Schedule A, and now that we're talking about it, so that we keep up to date. But this isn't new information. When they came and presented their wish list of how they were making the gathering and how they were changing this, that, and the other, this was on it. This is just an update that this was our wish list, we came, and now now there's a grant that we can apply for, we hope we're going to get it. But we do have to, so it's great to be up to date on or keep things that we've already been told in the front of our minds, so I appreciate that. But make no mistake, if there's a grant and a plan for a certain amount of money and money is needed, like the grant, they say the cost at the moment, and did we not just hear about even our roads, looking at, the cost of everything's going up all of the time. So there it is, 23.9 million, and they're maybe going to get 21.5, so there's a couple of million in there, and who are they going to come to for that money, right? So we need to be just aware, I think, right, is what it is. So thank you for that, Fred.
Fred, I'll be brief. I think you should suggest to them a name change, visitor center or something else like that, because the recreation center it fooled me too, it fooled Elaine, I think it fooled everybody here.
I've heard your suggestion. I have no idea as a lowly board member whether.
You're a lowly board member, you never saying a thing.
I'll make the suggestion.
Thank you. So, next item on the agenda is the Good Roads suggested resolution. I'd like to suggest that we defer action on this until our next meeting. The report has a lot of really good information in it and is saying many of the things that we've been saying around this table and that I've been saying as well. I'd like to see if we can incorporate some of our issues into the motion that is ultimately passed.
So I kind of thought the same thing. I guess we've been singing the song that the more of us who write and the more times we do and the more action we get. My question on reading this was just, does Good Roads have any more clout than individual municipalities declaring an emergency, right?
They do have a lot of influence.
So then why would we not support it?
Because I think we can add to what they've suggested. I think we can, for instance, I don't believe automated speed enforcement is something that is part of their request.
Okay.
And I think that we can reiterate some of the things that we've been talking about. So with council's agreement, we'll defer this to a future meeting. Elaine?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, my questions after reading was a safety audit. What does that include? What does that mean? And then install modern safety infrastructure. What does that mean? Like roundabouts? Be great to have a roundabout at Hockley Valley Road and Airport Road, but what are those? Like, I don't know what those actually mean.
Well, I think the safety audit refers to something akin to what Ministry of Transportation is committed to doing with regard to Highway 10, both in Caledon and in Dufferin. The so-called audit or report for the Caledon section has been released and is not satisfactory to a whole bunch of people, including Caledon Council. And we have yet to see what they have come up with regard to Dufferin. So I think that's the sort of, the process they go through where they determine whether there's sufficient warrants, quote unquote, for, say, a traffic light at Camilla. And they come back and say, well, there isn't. Not enough people have had accidents there. That kind of thinking. So I think that's what they're referring to.
I guess I would like to understand that more. I would like to know what that safety audit includes. What are they looking at?
I will endeavor to get in touch with them, and
modern safety infrastructure to be like, what is that?
I will endeavor to get in touch with them. I do have an ongoing relationship with them, and I'll find out what get a better definition of those terms. Fred?
So, Your
Okay,
Worship,
thank you.
Good Roads has published information on this campaign as well as explaining what safety audits are, so I can forward that information to council.
That would be great.
Thank you very much.
I don't know if you guys
Okay,
can
next,
hear me now.
Excuse me, sir, we have to carry on here. Next is a motion by Councillor Capes regarding a recreation complex. Let me read the motion. We'll get a mover and seconder and then have a discussion. Is that agreeable, Elaine?
Unless you want me to read them.
No, I can do it. I can do it quickly. Whereas swimming facilities are insufficient to meet the needs of Mono residents, including those who are unable to secure life-saving swimming lessons for their children due to the limitations of a summer season pool at the Centre Dufferin Recreation Complex and the lack of capacity in Orangeville to accommodate non-Orangeville residents, and whereas adults and newcomers needing life-saving swimming lessons are not able to secure these life-saving lessons, and whereas swimming is recognized for maintaining good health in a way that is least stressful to the body, and whereas we have an aging population with older adults needing a safe indoor space to improve and maintain physical health and wellness during inclement weather, and whereas the Monora Lawn Bowling Association, Mono Pickleball Club, and the Mono Tennis Club could offer their programs year-round with access to an indoor facility and may be willing partners for funding an indoor all-season facility, and whereas a group of Mono residents is pursuing a ringette league and has run into issues securing suitable space, and whereas a recreation complex could address recreational needs and provide a community hub for residents, lands are available in multiple areas of Mono, including Highway 9, near Mono's largest urban developments. Therefore, be it resolved that Council for the Town of Mono commit to, number one, investigating the feasibility of creating a recreational complex which could include a swimming pool, ice rink, multi-use, racket, sports, lawn bowling, et cetera, and two, obtaining a high-level external assessment of the feasibility of a recreational complex, including suggestions for the appropriate activities in the complex, and provide capital and operating cost estimates, and that Council supports the cost for this feasibility assessment in the 2025 year budget. Councillor Capes, I take it you would like to move the motion? And do I have a seconder? Councillor Manctalo seconds. I'll open the floor. Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Unless Elaine wanted to go first. I was going to say, I think it's a very good motion. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to vote against it. The reason is simply this, that except in the rarest circumstances, I do not believe we should pass a motion that commits something to the 2025 budget before we've considered the budget. I think we have to consider the budget as a whole. If we pass this motion, we in effect are saying we're committed to spending some money in 2025 on something, and I think that's inappropriate. So I'm sorry, Elaine, as much as I'm quite sympathetic to what you're trying to do here, I'm going to have to vote against this motion.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Elaine, for putting this together. I find the timing and what we are in Mono and knowing what the budget is, I can't even begin to support it. And one of your points of saying that we might have a partnership with funding from the lawn bowling, and they're coming to us looking for money, so which they just did in their delegations at our last meeting. So this is something that our rural community, I think, just is not in a position to entertain at all.
Ralph?
I think that we've all agreed that recreation is an important part of our lives, particularly the young, but also the older ones. And maybe the older you get, the more important it becomes. It's interesting to me that the town of Shelburne with support of surrounding municipalities, has been able to have a recreation complex there for a long time with essentially a much smaller population than we have. Maybe it's not too far-fetched to consider this. I know there are many residents in Mono who would be very pleased to have such a facility. When I looked at this, I said, well, there's no way we can afford this. And maybe that's the wrong way to think about it, to draw your conclusions before you've really assessed it. There may be possible sources of capital. We have the problem we'd have a huge problem of managing it in terms of the ongoing daily costs, and I see this as a problem too. Nevertheless, I think it's such a good idea that we should explore it, and I think we should explore it objectively, and I think Elaine's motion does this very well by asking for a high level, which I interpret to be not very involved in terms of too much detail, somebody who has some experience with recreation as a consultant, who has a quick look at it, looks at our population, looks at our possible needs, looks at what we might do, and gives us a proposal and a cost estimate. And I have no problem with including this in the capital budget.
Elaine and then Melinda.
Yeah, thank you all for, voicing your thoughts. The reason I did bring this forward now was because to actually do a feasibility, we need some money to be able to do that, which means we need to have it approved in the budget so that staff can actually do it. So it's not that I'm trying to build this center in 2025, and it's not me. It is a number of people. And I will actually advise you that in the Community Safety Well-Being Survey, which we are part of, that's held at the county level, but there was a question 51. What specific services or programs can you not access? And I give you the answer. Requests specifically for swimming lessons. That's a Dufferin County-wide survey, so I can't tell you how many of those people were from Mono, but obviously there is a shortage of swimming facilities for people who live in the county of Dufferin. I would also like to know, well, I'll just quickly, Ralph brought this up, if the CVC has a $23 million budget for their complex, and they can get $21 million in funding, I know we can get funding, and I also know that as a municipality of under 20,000 people, we qualify for 70% of funding, not 50. And I know that there are funds available. We just have to match ourselves up with what those funds are and who's granting those funds. I know Kim has all that information. Is Kim in the chambers?
She is.
She is, okay. So I wanted to understand too, from Kim, have there been any correspondence from citizens asking about this?
Thank you, Councillor Capes. Yes, we've had, I'll say, in the past 6 months, approximately 4 different requests or challenges brought forward in regards to not being able to access swimming lessons due to the overcapacity that is happening right now in Orangeville. So that's the number of requests that I've had and I've responded to in that regard. So is there a need? Have I heard from just people in general conversation that they're having challenges as well? Yes, I have. So I totally understand your concern about our residents who are not being able to access swimming.
Okay, thank you very much, Kim.
I received an email from a constituent last evening on this topic.
Oh, excellent. And then we did have one come to council a few weeks ago. So, again, it's just, I'll go away and do the business case and bring it forward if you want me to. However, that's not what I should be doing. And so in order to be able to direct staff to investigate the feasibility of this, we need to be able to do that. And so, you know, we need to assign some budget towards this for this to be investigated.
So I have a suggestion. I have raised this question with Mayor Post, and I think she is interested in engaging in a discussion with us as to what it might take to at least address the issue of the swimming lessons. Now, many of us can recall a time when people had to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to get to a hockey rink to find ice time. Maybe some of these facilities, like Orangeville has a pool still, a new old pool. Maybe those facilities should go 24 hours a day, and we contract with them to have swimming lesson time. Maybe not at the best time, but it's better than nothing. And I think the thing that really disturbs me is not having the skill of knowing how to swim. I think that's a real concern. Melinda?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for all the, I mean, I think about this a lot. I've thought about this a lot. I sit on the board of the CDRC, and I think to correct Councillor Mangtalo, yes, there's a outdoor pool and an arena there and some programs and children's swimming lessons in the summertime that are a great success and that our Mono residents do avail of. But it runs at a loss every year and costs Shelburne and us more and more and more money all of the time, with degrading, certainly the pool has cost an awful lot of money. They needed a $700,000 roof on the building. And so it's not just a matter of getting a grant to build something because you can apply to the higher governments and they want to, you know, provide accessible facilities for people. It's the ongoing burden on Mono financially, which we are in absolutely no position right now. Let's carry on with the agenda today and the rest of the budget. We have to cut stuff that we already have. We've got all sorts of recreation facilities that we're having to, you know, hold off on not buying the new chairs and not doing the roof and making sure that the stairs were, could we get one more year out of the stairs and risk somebody falling? I mean, the actual recreation facilities that we provide, it would be great to have, there was a lot of people who wanted an outdoor multi-purpose pad at Purple Hill, which was, you know, a few $1,000s. And look at the outcry for that. And indeed, in the end, even if we wanted to go down the debate of who wants it, who doesn't want it, we didn't have the money for it. We just, and a feasibility study, we also on our agenda, is it today or the fire boards? Anyway, you know, you get these studies done, it's a lot of money for these studies as well, high level or not. These consultants are expensive. I just think that this is the wrong time while we're headed into perhaps having to borrow some money just to keep afloat of the facilities and services that we already have in our town. So I think that anybody who really, the 4 people who want it, I know that there's room at the, it's full, but we're working on increasing the day camp capacity at CDRC, and those kids learn how to swim because they're there for a week, getting their lessons all together, as opposed to the once a week in the overcrowded one indoor pool that they have in Orangeville, because that's all they're going to get is the one.
Ralph?
I think that we shouldn't be mired in the past.
I'm sorry, I'm new.
The past is what happened in the past.
I'm on the CDRC now, where I gotta tell you how much
Okay.
more money we
One
have
at a
now.
time.
Can I please finish?
One at a time.
Okay. There are new things that we can do, new ways we can handle things. And for instance, I use your pay model is something that's going to come, I'm sure. And that would be a big help for both DRD CDRC and us if we had one. Elaine, did you have a possible price or for the budget for this assessment?
Thank you, and I'm going to call on Kim's expertise again, because at times, we've done this in the past, and we have funded the feasibility study through a grant. Now, Kim, is that an available funding possibility, to have the feasibility funded by a grant?
I would have to see what other grants are out there right now. I do know in the past, yes, you have been able to do that through grant programs. Are there specific programs out there or grants out there right now that are funding that we have not to date already applied for other items that we need within the municipality? I would have to look that up to check if there is anything in that regard. I haven't seen anything come through my email, through my recreation directors. There's a group of 67 of us who keep in touch more than weekly, and I have not seen anything come that way as far as actual grants for studies. But it's not to say I can't reach out.
Right, we could check that, and that's great, thank you so much. And I think, to your point, Melinda, the Lawn Bowling Club was looking for partnership for funding. They weren't necessarily looking at the town to give them money, but if we could come together and satisfy a whole bunch of different needs, as I mentioned, somebody wants to start a ringette, they can't get space to do it. And so there's opportunities for this recreation complex that we can go and get other partnerships with. I mean, my thought was provincial and federal funding, and I do plan on speaking to the Minister of Health about this, because this is a health issue. And so, there are other partners, the local municipalities that don't have anything to offer right now. Shelburne is growing at, a great pace, and maybe they're outgrowing that facility, and maybe there needs to be something else. Like, it's just to look at what is feasible. What do people really want and need, and how can we build it? My other, which I probably shouldn't even say out loud, is that we could build this feasibility / business case to build this complex, and then go and woo, let's say, the YMCA, because they can run these programs. It would be fee for service. They offer all kinds of programs. They could have an indoor pool. They could have everything. I don't think they do hockey, but we got lots of hockey elsewhere. And they could also take care of daycare, after school programs. Like, if we had a feasibility study to go and, like I say, woo a YMCA to come and say, if you build it, they will come, we would all be better off. So anyway, this was just to bring it to the agenda, because it needs to be directed to staff, and staff can't do anything if we don't fund it. And so if we need to put it in the budget on a line that we don't know what that looks like yet, I offer this as the least we can do for all of the citizens who live in Mono, is to explore the possibility of providing a recreational center, which would give them an indoor pool. That's my plea.
Ralph, and then I'm going to suggest that maybe we call the question.
Okay. I seconded this, not because I thought I could see my way through it, not that I could see it as being a fait accompli by any means. And I knew that I would have reasons for thinking this could not go ahead, just as Fred does, and I think Melinda does. But I think it's very short-sighted not to give it a chance, not to explore it. And if we don't study it, that means we're not exploring it in any meaningful way, and it's kaput. So I'd very much encourage you to support a study. I don't think that we have a price on this, and that's a bit of a bother to me. Maybe Fred or Mike, you could comment on this. So can we go ahead with a motion without having any budget amounts?
I think your Director of Recreation would probably be available to offer you a budget amount for the study. Correct me let me know, Kim, if I'm out of line. So I believe it's $50,000 to do a proper external, full financial analysis, but subject to RFP and tendering. And that's an upset limit, I believe, Kim.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at that amount, and that's why I think Elaine has used the term a high level, indicating that she just wants a cursory look at it, which would be, say, go ahead or not go ahead and pursue this further. It would not give us all the detail we wanted. So I'm looking for something
Yeah, it's 100.
smaller.
I have maybe a compromise solution here, and that would be to split the actions indicated in number 1 and number 2, and we investigate the feasibility of creating, and that could be done through our recreation director making some inquiries as to other municipalities' experiences, and then depending on the outcome of that investigation, which costs us nothing, we then look at the issue of whether we hire somebody external. I could go for the first suggestion. I'm not certain I can go for the second suggestion.
Is this sort of a friendly amendment? Split those into?
Yes, basically. I hope it's a friendly amendment if the mover and seconder are in agreement.
I'd agree with that.
So you're suggesting, do we change number 2 to creating a high-level assessment and take out the external?
Oh, I know. No, I'm saying that we in terms of approving the motion, that we approve it on the basis of a staff-oriented investigation, and then those who feel that that is not sufficient can then vote for the motion with the high-level business. Kim?
Yeah, just to give you a little background information, when I saw this come forward on the agenda, I did do some background research prior to today's meeting. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a group of recreation directors who I'm involved with, and I reached out in particular to the County of Brant because they are presently involved in this exact same type of scenario where they're further down the road than we are. They actually did their feasibility study for this type of arena or additional recreation complexes to be built within their community. They did their feasibility study back in 2019. And at this point now, through a long process of getting the feasibility study done and community input, they are presently now applying for grants out there to move along for what they perceive is going to be the cost to build a structure of this nature. Anyways, going back to the actual study, I asked them how much did they pay for their study back then. And back then, they paid upwards of 35 to 40,000, and they had 3 different buildings. And when I asked, she said, by all means, your $50,000 estimate to do this type of study is not off at all. You're looking at a minimum $50,000 to do an appropriate study. And she even talked a little bit about making sure you do an appropriate study so that you're not doing a half study. Get all of the facts. You're going to want to know everything before you decide whether or not this is something you want to move forward with. Like, you don't want to do one study only to find out you've got to do another one now. Mm-hmm. So $50,000 to get an appropriate study done is what I would be bringing back to you in a report in 2 weeks.
No, I was thinking more of what are the capital and ongoing operating costs on a facility like this.
Yes, I did look into that as well. You're looking at anywhere between $400,000 to $800,000 per year to run a facility of this nature.
And the capital cost of a facility like this?
Of capital costs, you're looking, again, depending on how, what's the word? How involved you want to make it, or, you know, all the bells and whistles you want to put in there, you're looking between $600 to $800 a square foot. A facility of this nature is approximately 35 to 40,000 square feet. Total comes to approximately $36 million.
We got to cut 6 from the budget, just.
Okay. So what is the wish of council?
Well,
Well, I would be happy to accept removing number 2 at this point, or including that in the investigating the feasibility of the assessment. Like Kim has given us some very good information here, but maybe there's more digging that can be done to find out exactly, to come back, be able to come back to council at some point in time and say, a feasibility that we would want to conduct would include this and would cost this, so that this gives Kim permission to go and do that.
Ralph?
Yeah, I think, Kim, thanks for doing that preliminary work on that. There are other things that are very important too, and one is the potential revenue, offsetting costs, and we would have to get an estimate on that. And the other big one is, we all think this is a great idea, or some of us think it's a great idea, but we really need a needs study. And that's a bit more involved.
Well, didn't we have a recreation study not so long ago?
We never did a master plan study. We did a recreational needs study, which is it looked more at the parks that we present, a parks recreational needs study. So it looked at what the parks we have right now and what people, you know, do you want to see another set of swings? Do you want to see park decor equipment put in? That kind of thing.
Well, and also programming, right? Seniors programming and euchre and like the fun stuff that the community attends.
Ever seen a Councillor burst his bladder?
No. Okay, I'll do an adjournment. I'm going to call the question. Fred, do you?
okay, what's the question? I'm quite willing to support if the question is that you're separating the motion down to item number 1. I'm fully in support of that.
Okay. And that's, Elaine, is that your wish and your seconder's wish to go ahead with calling the vote on point number 1 only?
What does it mean?
I would be happy if we would take at least that action.
Okay.
Yes.
I think what it means is that we have Kim do some additional work and commit some of her findings in writing to us as a report.
So is this adding something to the unfinished business list then, with now under the part? Well, I mean, seriously, I mean, we've got serious things that we need to do, and that this is something that's been brought to the attention, but to actually divert stuff at this juncture just seems to me to be short-sighted for, and I don't know what ultimate goal. Yeah.
Elaine?
Yeah, good point. And a question of clarification, because I think there is part of the asset management planning. Is that not partially some of it for recreation?
Our asset management planning right now is looking at the assets that we presently have and where what monies we are going to need in the future in order to maintain those assets.
Okay, and Kim, it doesn't give any consideration for what other assets we might want to include, is that?
It's quite enough as it is.
No,
Anyways,
I'm
I'm going to call
be clear about that.
I'm going to call the question based on point number 1.
Okay.
And Those in favor of the motion with point number 1 only? Those opposed? Motion is carried, and I'm going to
Thank you very
declare,
much, everybody.
I'm going
for
to
your-
declare a 10-minute break, and then we need to move on. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We are back live.
Thank you. And I'm going to suggest a small change to the agenda to go to the Heritage Advisory Committee budget request, as we've been, you've been very patient in waiting on us for that. I think the request is fairly straightforward. We're going to have to deal with it in the context of the overall budget. But is there anything you'd like to say, Barbara, in support of the application? See, I've changed my mind about your talking.
Well, I'm not going to go on a great length. Thank you. I'm Barbara Jafflis, and I have the privilege of chairing the Mono Heritage Advisory Committee. And I'd like to thank Councillor Davis for mentioning the fact that this Sunday at 2 p.m., the Hockley Historic Community Hall and Church will be officially revealing the plaque of their designation. In any case, we're formally requesting an increase in our budget, and there's a reason for it. First of all, it's costing us more to do these designations through the plaques, the photography, the legal costs, and even as down as something simple as the newspaper ads. And I'd like to point out, I found out an interesting fact the other day that a third of landfill is from demolition buildings. So that let's keep this stuff out of the landfill. Let's have more and more designations going. And one other point, most of the photographs we see on postcards were buildings that were slated for demolition. The group has worked extremely hard. They've got a plan to put another program in place, which will be coming to council shortly. But in order to do that, we do need to increase our budget, and hopefully you folks will agree. The other question I have, and I don't know if it's feasible, is that we could have a rollover. It wouldn't be a great deal of money from this year's budget to next year's budget.
Les,
Is that allowed?
Did Heritage spend its full allocation last year?
No, they haven't.
And how much did they underspend by?
I'm just going on top of my head, but there's probably at least 25% of their budget unspent, maybe even half.
It's a little less than that. I think we've got about 1,500 after our final submission.
Well, it's not a great precedent to say that if you underspend, it automatically gets rolled over. Traditionally, it's an amount that is applied against the entirety of the New Year's budget. But it's an interesting concept.
I thought I'd ask.
Yeah. So I don't know quite what to say from the standpoint of. Go ahead.
I think it's a fine request. I don't know if we have a motion on it or not, but again, I'm going to say the same thing I said to Elaine Capes. I think this request, this item, is $20,000, should go into our budget discussion as a line item. And when we get to our budget, we go down through the lines, and it either stays or it doesn't stay. That's when we should consider it.
Okay. Are you all right with that?
I am indeed.
Okay. Thank you.
Question?
Go ahead.
Barbara, thanks for coming here today and waiting so long for us. You mentioned you're going to present a new program. Is the pricing here, is that related to this new program? Should we know a little bit more about the program then?
Yeah, it's included. It's projected.
Can you tell us about the program?
Basically, we're looking at a sort of a civic award for people who have properties that have been designated or are on the registry that have contributed to improvement. And it's nothing major. We're looking at sort of a certificate and some sort of recognition, a certificate or a plaque. And at the same time, we've been investigating different costs of plaques as well. I know council is aware that we've lost quite a few of our plaques to people that are interested in bronze recycling. Can I say that?
It's a kind way of putting it.
Yeah.
About that, so we took down the sign, the town took down the signs. Once they started to disappear, we took them down to protect them, right? Have we put them back up again, or we're still keeping them? To decide what to do with them?
They're at the Public Works Operations Building currently.
We've had discussions at our meeting of what exactly we want to do with them. I think the problem is space. I think it's important that we have them visible so that the general public can see them. So we were thinking of a memorial wall or somewhat of this, bringing them in here. They're quite heavy. And I, thank Works for being so generous with their time and space and letting us keep them there for now.
So then going forward, when you designate, and there's a cost to it all, which you said has to do with the photography and the newspaper advertisements and things like that, the plaque, because they have it's a very special thing. You're not planning on not doing that anymore, or are you planning on changing
We're
it?
looking at an alternate, well, to be honest, the ones that are affixed to houses, buildings, are pretty well safe. It's the ones that are sort of freestanding on a pole that...
Hamlet recognition ones, yeah.
But one thing we were looking at is, and we've had a meeting on this, and it'll come out in our next minutes, is replacing additional plaques with other materials that aren't as attractable to theft.
Yeah. Elaine?
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Barbara. And we do have a fabulous Heritage Committee of dedicated people, and I very much appreciate all of them and for what they do. I also want to point out that the calendar really supports our DEI objectives of creating a sense of belonging. Because if people see the calendars that reflect the history of Mono and the properties that are in there and the buildings, they have a greater understanding, because we create the awareness of what heritage is in Mono, and that allows people to have that awareness and then engage with that, and also then find this as a place where they can belong. So I just want to put that out there to say that the calendar, it's a very important thing to do, and we always run out and have to do a second run because it is so popular, and everybody likes it. And so it does support giving people, the awareness of where they've moved to or live where they live, and a sense of belonging. So I just wanted to say that.
Thanks. Thank you, Barbara. I think we'll have to put it in as a line item and see what happens.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And going back to the order of business, second motion from Councillor Capes, and I'll read it if I can. Whereas Lloyd Armstrong Park continues to be underutilized, as its original use was ball diamonds and some playground pieces, facilities that have rarely been used over 20 years. And in fact, the aged playground was dismantled in 2005, and funds were invested in a joint park in Rosemont. Most of the currently exists in a shelter, which is never used, and a horseshoe pit, again, never used. The most this is by the end of school, teens wanting to party, and a few dirt bikers who like to tear around the field, and the odd dog walker from the Agila Tosserantio Rosemont subdivision. And whereas currently the park costs taxpayers for weekly grass cutting emissions are a known contributor to climate change impact trees are what will save the planet from destruction, and whereas the town of Mono appreciates the surroundings of our natural heritage and has in the past replanted areas to provide tree coverage, and whereas there is a growing interest worldwide in reforesting the planet to mitigate climate change impact, and whereas tiny forest is a method created by an Indian engineer, Subhanda Sharma, based on the method of Japanese Ikara Miyawaki to restore natural and native forests, and whereas research by the Wageningen University shows that these forests are biodiverse and more than 900 species of plants and animals have been identified, store 250 kilograms of CO2 per year, cool an urban environment on warm days, and retain water. Therefore, and whereas in Mono we have a number of resident-initiated forest plantings, with one very recently celebrated tiny forest on Mono Center Road. Therefore, be it resolved that Council directs staff to investigate the cost and feasibility of including grant opportunities of converting Lloyd Armstrong Park into a tiny forest and with walking trails. And that's moved by Councillor Capes. Do we have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Nix. Discussion. Elaine, do you want to weigh in?
Thank you, and thank you for the second. I have done a little bit of investigating, and these tiny forests do pop up in a lot of different places. We even have the opportunity to make it edible. It could be an amazing community engagement opportunity, and especially with youth. I know a lot of the school children were volunteer planters when Shelley Anderson reforested Mono. I did get a small, I did go to the NVCA to ask them about it. This is a 2.33 acre property, and just so you know, a minimum of 500 trees can be planted on half an acre. And so the funding can come through, NVCA will partner with us. We can go through Forests Ontario for the Forest Recovery Canada funding. And to ready the park, it would probably cost somewhere between $1,000 and $1,500, because we'd have to eradicate the invasive buckthorn, which in itself is a positive action. And so there's a lot for us to gain from this, notwithstanding what the motion says, but in terms of involving the community, partnering with the NVCA and getting partnership funding, and also we would need to have dollars to contribute in 2025 for them to be planted in 2026. So I don't know how much we spend on grass cutting. Kim does.
Any further comments? Belinda and then Ralph.
Elaine, this park is contiguous with your property, is it not?
It is adjacent to my property.
Right, right.
not-
It's you share a lot line with the park? Yes.
Yeah.
So I find it interesting that you're bringing this. This has been something that we've been looking at, this park, how can we reutilize it? And again, I mean, it's an interesting idea. I don't know whether it's the best idea for everybody. If it's 2 acres of 2.3 acres, you said, of trees, and yes, you could put a whole bunch of trees in that, but I'm not sure that it's the best or the only thing when we for park setting. Did we when it was a baseball diamond, did people use it?
Well, I'm going to tell you, that was a long time ago, and now baseball diamonds have evolved. And so the baseball diamond that was there was your little rural country.
Because it's only
baseball diamond.
because it's only
It
2
had
acres, right?
screening, And it had some screening. And so it has not been used for 25 years as baseball, except if I tried to get baseball going there and it didn't work, because at the time there was a smaller, there was a community here with younger children like that played baseball, but all of those baseball teams moved into bigger baseball centers, like the one in Alliston and like the ones in Orangeville, because they're proper league. This was like, neighborhood baseball, which doesn't exist here anymore and doesn't exist in a lot of places anymore. So the baseball was, it didn't work.
But
And yes, we have tried other uses.
Well, that's it. My point was just that for a space for recreation, because the only recreation that would come out of this park if we made it into a tiny forest would be trails, which I know that we already have a whole lot of trails again, that is not municipal property, but we already have a lot of trails in Mono, and to be diversified in our offerings to our residents. I don't have an answer as to what it is, but I'm to change this into a forest, which again takes many years to really be able to be a forest with large trees, unless you want to spend a whole lot of money and put big trees in it, which doesn't sound like what you're suggesting. You're suggesting something, little sapling things that grow in time, right? To be low cost.
Yes, and you can see how much they sequester. Like, this fits with a tiny bit with our recreation if there is a trail for the odd dog walker who wants to go through there, and also fits with our climate plan. Like it's something that we can do to contribute to sequestering more CO2 so that we have a cleaner environment. And, it adds beauty and it adds a space for people to go. So I think as far as,
But does it? I mean, you're saying that people don't even go there to the park now. Why would they go if it was a forest?
Let's be mindful that all the motion calls for is a staff investigation of the feasibility.
I know, but we've already spent a lot of time today on our unfinished business list and on our, like, it seems, I just think the timing of these things are interesting because, the time. I mean, you're right, if it's not going to cost a whole lot of money, then carry on, but I think that we have a park here, that it would be really nice to have a place. I mean, we just looked at you wanted a place for people to go for swimming lessons. The idea of our municipal parklands to be used for more people, I think is, but whatever, it's just my opinion. We did ask for discussion, did we not?
Well, I guess, yeah, good points, but the thing is,
Elaine, can you hold your comments for a moment? I'm just going to recognize
Sure.
Ralph
Yeah,
and then.
go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. This is under the Recreation Department at the moment, and I'd like to hear from Kim Heaton on her thoughts.
Well, thank you, Councillor Manctilo, for asking for my thoughts on this, and Councillor Capes for bringing it forward. I've put some thought into this, and I have to be honest with you, as a recreationist, it would not be my suggested use of the land. As a recreationist, I obviously want to provide as many opportunities as possible for our municipal residents to be able to recreate. And Councillor Davey is absolutely correct, as we do have, over 100 kilometers of trails within Mono that we are responsible for and we look after. The history of the park, Councillor Capes is correct. At one time, there was baseball out there. But it was a neighborhood-type baseball league when I first started here. That's what went on up at that park. And there was a very small playground up there. It was used by the local residents. We did take it down because of the challenges that it presented liability-wise to us, and because it did need repair. We never did put money in the budget to replace any playground equipment because we did partner with Hockley Village to put a playground in on the Agilist side. We gave $5,000 to the playground on the Agilist side. I believe that was probably 25, 30 years ago that we did that. Have we put any money into upgrading the park or replacing the playground equipment? No, other than we did at one time put some horseshoe pits in there. And we thought maybe that might be something that the people would see as an enjoyable use. Once we put the picnic shelter in, we have the pest picnic shelter in Mono is up at this park. It would take, in order to dismantle that, and I would suggest we relocate it somewhere if that's the wish of council, is to move forward with this forest project, because you spend upwards of $40,000 to $50,000 for that picnic shelter. I'm going to say 15 to 20 years ago we put that in. I do know the park is getting used because I know from our lead maintenance how much garbage he picks up there every Friday. And it's overflowing. So I know the park's getting used for something. We did at one time have the astronomers, the Astrological Society out there, and we were known as one of the best parks within Southern Ontario to be able to look at the stars. It was a phenomenal use of that park. Unfortunately, after COVID, that group never did get back together again, and so that's not being used any longer. If council were to ask staff to bring some possible changes forward for that park or to suggest improvements, it's going to cost you money. It's going to cost you money to put things up there. It's just how much money do you want to put into that park? And for the last few years, because of the budget, that park has not been given a lot of attention. So we cut the grass. There's still some very usable stands for playing baseball. And there's a great picnic shelter up there. There's a fabulous picnic shelter up there. So staff is more than happy to bring you forward some possible uses. I can take it to the Recreation Advisory Committee to see if they have any suggestions for that parkland. But again, as a recreationist, and I thank you for allowing me to make my comments, I have to say that I would like to explore possible opportunities for that parkland before you made any further decisions on it.
Okay. Councillor Capes, any last words before we vote?
Yeah, thank you, Kim. So when I believe it was the College Park folks who presented said they would like a shelter, so that shelter could give them some good use. I would like to understand how much we spend on grass cutting, if you know that off the top of your head. That's for Kim, through the mayor.
Councillor Capes, as the grass cutting contract is looked after by Public Works, I'm going to have Matt answer that for you.
Okay. Thank you.
I think we should defer this until we get a report from our Director of Recreation on possible uses.
You can move to table.
It's $183 per cut weekly. Times 20, approximately 20 cuts a year, a season.
Okay, thank you for that. And Kim, the garbage. The garbage doesn't come from park use. It comes from people driving by and dumping their garbage in there, and it comes from the cars who park there to conduct maybe not legal business. So it's not from park use. It is from parked cars, and it is from people driving by and putting garbage in it.
Okay.
I know, because I see what goes on there, and I can hear it, I can see it, and there are no people using those parks. They are in their cars, and, you know, there's the odd car there, and like I say, there's the odd dirt bike that I go chasing out of there, and that's what happens in that park.
Fred?
Yeah, given what our Director of Recreation has said, I'm going to move we table the motion.
That's, we don't need a seconder for that, and it's non-debatable, so I'll call a vote on tabling. All in favor of tabling? Any opposed? That tabling motion does not carry, so I'm going to call the main question. All in favor of the motion? Those opposed? Motion is lost. Okay. Next item on the agenda is the Committee of Adjustment Resolution of Advice. No, pardon me. We're into the budget, and it's the 2025 Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund allocation. And is it the wish of council to discuss that in the course of the budget presentation? I think it might make sense to talk about it under that heading. Okay. We've heard from the Heritage Advisory Committee. We have Committee of Adjustment Resolution and Advice. Is there any comment about that? Yes.
Again, because I've made this comment twice already today, I do understand the need for some training, but I think this should be a line item under the budget when we get there, and if it's defensible, it passes in the budget.
Does council agree? Fred? You were looking...
Yeah, so you have received a formal resolution of advice in this case, so I think council should at the very least receive the resolution of advice. Whether they accept it or not is a different matter.
Yes.
Your Honor, there's two points to this. One is the training budget, and the other is they're recommending that council authorize sufficient staff resources to develop a committee of adjustment procedure bylaw. That's a biggie.
Well, I'm going to speak against that.
So I think we need to deal with this on both things.
Okay.
Now, I looked into this, and it seemed to me that our procedure bylaw that we have now covers the committee of adjustment, but I defer to the clerk for an opinion on that, Mr. Zipman.
Presently, the town's procedure bylaw does apply to all committees, including this one. As was the experience that both staff and the committee have run into recently, I do in fact suggest that council give consideration to developing a procedure bylaw specific to this committee, as it would conceivably address some of the issues that the committee was forced to decide on its own over the last couple of meetings, because those would be matters addressed in a dedicated bylaw or policy for this committee.
Were those matters not already addressed in our present procedure bylaw?
Clearly not to the satisfaction of the committee, because it got to the point where the committee and staff were of differing opinions. So codifying that may provide clarity to the committee and staff for the future.
Seems to me that's an interpretation issue.
Well, if I can very briefly suggest that it is a waste of time of staff to develop a separate bylaw. Our bylaw is a perfectly good bylaw. It should apply. It makes certain that the meetings are held in public, except for the very narrow conditions set out by the Municipal Act. And when you go into their logic, they're basically saying we want a separate procedural bylaw because we can have one, which is true. Other municipalities have one, so why can't we have one? Some have them, but many don't. And I'm going to get a little bit into the weeds here, but the ones that have a separate procedural bylaw fall back on a piece of provincial legislation called the Statutory Powers Procedural Act. And that act actually says the following: hearings to be public, exceptions. An oral hearing shall be open to the public except where the tribunal is of the opinion that there are matters involving public security that may be disclosed, or intimate financial or personnel matters or other matters may be disclosed, and so forth and so on. It has very narrow meanings to when a committee that is bound by a procedural bylaw, like in this instance, can go in camera. What we saw, I'll hold my comments until we get to the Schedule A on that, but I strongly oppose the idea of setting up a special bylaw for them.
The argument that it's covered, that the Committee of Adjustment, because it is a standalone committee appointed by, but standalone from council, that acts as a tribunal, so does the, my question is, does the SPPA trump the Municipal Act and our, which is to say that everything has to happen in public? There's no, I think there's no three of us talking outside of this meeting. It's all five of us at the same time talking, versus this Committee of Adjustment being that it's this using this quasi-judicial, and I don't know the answer. We need a lawyer, I think, to tell us whether the SPPA trumps the Municipal Act, or does the Municipal Act trump the SPPA?
Some municipalities, such as Uxbridge, Committee of Adjustment, falls back on the Statutory Powers Procedural Act. Blue Mountains does not fall back on that act, but states very clearly that closed meetings are permitted only pursuant to the Municipal Act. So there's a different experience from one to the other to the other. But I think, I'll hold my thesis until Schedule A.
Because it has to be, deliberations have to be in public.
Yes.
Unless there is something that is some private, whatever, like you commented
Yeah.
on. Versus a tribunal always deliberates in following the SPPA. It's part of the deal. They deliberate, they're judicial, so they deliberate separately as opposed to this council municipal act. Right? That's the difference.
But they don't deliberate in camera on everything.
But they don't deliberate, no, they don't deliberate in public, in the meeting. That's the idea of the reserve, right? Thank you for your information, we'll go away. Whereas we as council, we go away, anything that and this needs to be clear to the public, we go away, something that hasn't been decided today, let's look at it later, or you say, or Fred says, let's talk about it in the budget. It's not like we go away and have lunch and talk about it. It's the next meeting gets discussed in public.
After they've made their decision behind closed doors?
Well, no, we don't that's what I'm saying, no.
We don't do it, and I don't think they should be able to.
And they shouldn't be doing it, okay, fair enough.
So. Fred?
Yeah, I'm quite supportive of what the mayor has said, and I think we should wait until we get to Schedule A. But I would just add some information that it's maybe not quite germane to this discussion, but it's very odd that it comes up now. At CVC, at our next meeting, we're having a hearing. We sit as a hearing board. So we had a training session for this last week, and here's what's interesting. And this was specifically asked because it had come up once years ago at the NVCA. We sit as a hearing board, we hear the applicant, we hear the staff report, we hear any witnesses they've got, we ask questions, bang, thank you very much. We will now go close doors and do the deliberations in closed doors. It has nothing to do with the Municipal Act, John. It's simply, I can tell you, because at the NVCA we did it both ways, that there are some difficulties for some quasi-judicial boards having to debate issues in public. You can't say, I think that witness so-and-so was a liar. You can't say that publicly, right? So No, again, John, it's a different act. I just put it in as food for thought.
Okay, let's save our comments until Schedule A. Mike?
So council has actually 3 items in this resolution: training, conference, and then the procedural bylaw. So the training recommended, definitely. Conference, subject to budget review, maybe,
I'm with Fred that we put a line in the budget.
with all 3.
No, just for the 2.
So we need,
Staff resources?
do you need anything?
And that is my question to you, Mr. Mayor, if I could make a comment?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, like it seems to me that it's reasonable that we provide the right training for people who are on committees, and that if there is this OACA conference, that they should submit a budget to us, just like Heritage does, and submit the budget to say, we want to send 2 people for training, we want to send 1 person to a conference, and this is how much it is, and this is how much money we need. The whole thing about the procedural bylaw, I don't want to get into, but I think those other requests should come from them to add to the budget so we can make a decision there, because I think it is important that people who are on committees that we have invited to committees have the appropriate training to do the job that they need to do.
So I do have a proposed motion here that deals with both issues. And maybe I'll read it and we'll take it from there. The council receives the resolution of advice from the Committee of Adjustment and further directs staff to obtain an estimate of the cost to hire a consultant to undertake training for the committee and the cost of attending the Ontario Association of Committees of Adjustment and Consent Authorities semi-annual conferences. And finally, further, that adds the development of a Committee of Adjustment procedural bylaw to the list of council unfinished and deferred business, assigning it to a X priority. So we can split that if you wish. I don't have a problem with the training. When you watch the debate of the Committee of Adjustment, they seem to be suggesting that that a member of the committee goes to the conference. Right. And the committee as a whole gets the benefit of training here, and that SIMI go to the conference as well, and I think that's covered off in the training budget for the department. So,
And separate the making a procedural bylaw.
yeah. So is it, do I have a mover for that motion?
Which, the whole motion, or?
Well,
the
just
first part?
The first 2 points. Okay. The Councillor Davy, seconded by Councillor Mantalo, with the exception of the Committee of Adjustment procedural bylaw.
Yeah.
Call the question. Any opposed? Motion is carried.
So what do you do with the third
And
part?
so then the procedure bylaw just kind of hangs there? What happens to that?
Well,
No,
I-
nothing at the minute.
let's say we wait until we have a discussion about the principles of open government and stuff.
Okay.
Okay, budget presentation. Over to you, Les. And that's the first part of, not the draft budget, but the budget presentation where we get all the
Thank you,
good
Mr.
news.
Mayor. I was going to put, I'm logged into the GoTo meeting. I was going to ask Andrew if I could have my computer shared, and at least I could load it up on the screen. Not sure. The share button's not highlighted.
I gave you permission there last year. Let me try again.
Which one?
You're now the presenter.
Do you have it now, Les?
You see it? Oh, select tab. Oh. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Thanks to Matt for his assistance. Okay, thank you. Just an initial presentation as a warm-up to the budget. Second slide is my contact information. If anyone has any questions from the public, that's my contact. Start off with some preliminary numbers in developing the 2025 budget. As a starting point, Council recalls, you passed the 4% motion. I realized that was directed at COLA, but I thought at least have a starting point. So I have built in a 4% levy increase of $380,000 approximately. Again, just as a starting point, every year we have a little bit of assessment growth. In 2024, we had an assessment growth of 0.5%.
You've got the modes, so they're not seeing on screen what you're
Okay.
seeing.
So how do I get that?
This is why I wanted Andrew to do it. Okay, click here for a sec. Can you
Show
just-
presenter view. Show presenter view. That's the wrong one.
No. Can we just have Andrew do it?
I'm not sure I want to see them.
Okay, Andrew, due to issues, can you just put that on screen and advance it as the treasurer asks? Thank you.
There.
All right, let's just tell me when you want to move on to the next slide.
Next slide, please. Okay, so as I was saying, in 2024, we had an assessment growth of 0.5%. We also have a 0.5 assessment growth over 2024 as well, and that represents about $47,000 that we could levy that would be absorbed with new assessment. So there's no impact on the tax rate. At the end of 2023, we had a deficit carry forward. That's a cash deficit. I know the auditors presented a surplus, but their surplus is different than a budget surplus or deficit. This is a purely cash deficit where the revenues that we had that we have in 2023 were less than the expenditures. So we have to roll that into the 25 budget, to pay for it. On the good news, we also have a surplus that I'm anticipating this year that pretty much offsets that. So that's a wash. Andrew, next slide, please. Now, the next few slides are going to kind of present the challenges that we have in presenting or doing our budget over the past few years, also moving forward. As you can see, over the last 3 years or so, instead of the Ontario government providing additional grant money to go along with inflation, they're actually cutting us back. One of the tabs on the agenda was the OMPF grant for 2025. They're giving us the same money as they did for 2024, even though all their press release said, we're increasing the OMPF grant, more good things to come. Well, for now, Mono got the same money versus an increase in that grant. Overall, it's about $137,000
Can I
impact.
point out that the MPP actually phones the heads of council to reveal their generosity with regard to that grant? Happens every year. Well, I didn't have the numbers at hand to be able to say, how come we didn't get any more money? I wish I did, but I didn't have that opportunity.
Yeah, see, in 2023, the OMPF grant was just over $382,000. Last year, they cut us back by $60,000. When I first drafted the budget, I was going to do another 20% decrease. So when we got the notification, we got the same money. I took that as good news because it wasn't cut again. But to be serious, their grant program isn't keeping up with inflation. I mean, we're not the only municipality that has this complaint. I mean, they're cutting back, but I mean, like I said, they had the big press release. They're increasing the OMPF, but not for Mono in 25.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew, next slide, please. Then another pressure. I mean, it's a common topic we have with the conservation authorities. Their inflation or their levy request increases have gone beyond our tax rate levy increase. So over the last 4 years, about 32%, on average about 8% a year. Andrew, next slide, please. Fire, across all our fire departments, the cost of fire protection, fire education has increased substantially since 2022, almost, $500,000. And then, about a 42% again, more than 10% per year. Andrew, next slide, please. And we have mentioned about bylaw enforcement, putting pressure on the clerk. Along with additional bylaw pressures, there is additional costs. So since 2022, the cost of bylaw enforcement is over $100,000. And a bulk of that are legal fees, because when you do bylaw enforcement, you have to, you lay charges, you have to go to court. You need a lawyer, so that's the bulk of our bylaw enforcement increases. Andrew, next slide, please. And then just some example of additional cost pressures. Insurance between 5 and 10%. I say 5 to 10% because each different coverage has a different increase. Liability insurance actually went up about 5-6%. Property insurance went up to the 10% because the values of properties are going higher. There's more claims against property damage with the climate change, with hurricanes, tornadoes. OPP from last year, when I say last year, 2024 to 2025 budget, it's gone up by 21%, the levy for next year. 15% of that is their normal cost increase. The balance is they had a deficit in 2023, which they're now making up for in 2025. Then there's pressure on costs of the different public works supplies. Winter sand and salt, gravel resurfacing, and then the cost of equipment is going up.
Les, about the gravel resurfacing, is that just the cost of the gravel's gone up 20%, or are we putting more on?
Okay, Andrew, next slide. Council is familiar with the pie chart. Again, roads are the biggest cost. This pie chart last year, transportation was about 52%. There's additional capital works in roads. The next is protection services, so that's fire, OPP, bylaw enforcement. Next is general government, recreation, and then planning department. Andrew, next slide, please. This pie chart is the total residential taxes. For the benefit of Councillor Mangtolo, I tried to 3D mono share. I'm not sure how clear that is, but basically it's the left slice of the pie, almost equal to the county, and a small portion to the school board. Next couple of slides are recreation and public works. I asked the department heads what project must go. So Andrew, okay, you have the slide up. So Bridge 5, we've been talking about Bridge 5 for a few years now in the capital budget for roads. It's a cost of 1.8 million. The bridge is being expanded from a single lane to a double lane. It was in our background study for development charges. So since we're approximately doubling the size of the bridge, using half of that finance from development charges, gas tax can go towards the cost of this project, contributing from the gas tax $400,000. And that's because there's some road work, realignment, some road work going up to the bridge, so I'm using that part of the gas tax to fund that. And then for Bridge 21, the guardrail, there's some damage on that guardrail, which is it's not a safe situation if another vehicle hits it, and that's a cost of $160,000. Now, I do have a footnote because Matt did not like this slide. He says everything must go, not just these two projects. So the footnote, Director of Public Works says everything must be done. Everything is critical. But I said, Matt, I need two projects. Give me something that council has to find a way to fund. So these are the two projects for Public Works. Andrew, next slide. So same discussion with the Recreation Director. Her list, as you can see, the Purple Hill Park gates, the trails maintenance increased from $21,000 to $56,000. The kitchen at Menorah Hall, and we've been putting in the truck reserve for the parks trucks annually. It was not cut last year. It's in again in this draft budget because the truck now it's a 2016, so it's starting to get old, and we're noticing maintenance costs are starting to increase on the truck. Next slide, Andrew. So the same kind of discussion. We need to eliminate approximately $4.8 million from the budget to get to 4%. So usually capital projects are either financed, they're from reserves. That's getting to be not that easy as our reserve contribution is getting less. Our council has delayed some projects or deferred. So Bridge 5 is a good example. Now we have to do it. We could also phase out some of the reserve contributions, or at the bottom line, accept a higher increase than 4%.
Fred? Just one thing, Les. It's a good presentation, and I appreciate the work you've put into it and all the numbers that your directors have given you. When you list the options, you don't consider the possibility for some capital projects of borrowing the money and letting future taxpayers pay the interest and principal. I'm just curious.
That's always an option,
I know you don't
but
like it. What?
I'm not recommending that if we can avoid it.
You don't even include it as an option. You don't even include it as an option.
Well, that's not my recommendation, no. Anyways, the last couple of slides are for the benefit of the clerk. He didn't like my last year's, 10 years presentation. He said I always had the same slide, tough decisions ahead. So now, proceed with caution. And then last slide, Andrew. So if we don't replace that bridge, that's the sign we'll be buying.
It's fine by me.
This is more directed to Fred Simpson. Can we have Andrew redesign the web page, specifically the one that deals with the budget process, to include a link that takes you to this presentation?
Yes, we can, Your Worship.
and maybe another link that takes us to the actual draft budget. In other words, 2 links. But I think it's very important that people see this and see what kind of pressure we're up against. Okay, how would we like to proceed to the next, which is the budget itself?
Okay, Andrew, if you could bring up the budget itself, please.
Now, are we going to go line by line, or are we going to do what we've done in previous years where we say to the treasurer,
by page.
back to the drawing board?
I can address that.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I would have been quite prepared, particularly on the Public Works budget, to go through it line by line. The trouble is, I would make a suggestion, oh, do we really need to do that? And I'd get an answer from Matt, and we'd go line by line. And we've done that dance before for about at least a decade. So there's really no point in my doing it. I just want to tell a story, if that's okay. At one of the county committees that I sit on, Public Works, we had a debate. It got a little vigorous at one point with Scott Burns, the Director of Public Works. One person on council wanted a change to one of our roads. I can't remember if it was the stop sign intersection or the speed or whatever. And our Director of Public Works was asked a question 2, 3, or 4 times and kept giving the same answer, that according to the Ontario Road Design Manual, or the Roads and Transportation Association of Canada Design Manual, the answer is this. It got the councillor quite frustrated. At that point, Sonia Pritchard stepped in. She's the CAO. She said, look, when you ask staff a technical question, they're professionals. They're going to give you a professional answer, and that's the answer. And Matt, that's what you've done in your capital budget, and I appreciate that. This is going to sound like I'm criticizing what you've done so far. I'm not. You've done an excellent job, and you've given us the technical answers. But let me tell you the bottom line, and this is what Sonia told us. There are technical answers, there are political decisions, okay? And while I respect every number you've got, and Kim, your capital budget too, I'm going to tell you my political response. I will not be voting for this budget.
So,
You want to discuss it?
Well, yeah, so then what happens?
so
have no idea.
2025 comes and we
Okay.
have to spend money.
I am not going to vote for this
So-
budget.
Well, I don't think this is
Yeah.
the budget that is going to pass anyway. I think it's going to have to be reworked.
Well, that's basically what I'm saying.
So that's what we're
Okay.
here to direct that.
So we have 2 ways of doing this. We have 2 ways of doing this. We can go line by line and maybe make a few mistakes when we do that. Or we can say to staff, the 4% is not an option. It's got to be something higher, but not that high. And you must have some plan B in mind. I would hope you have a plan B. Tell me that you do. Or a plan C.
Well, my initial thoughts was at least present the budget, go through it. Not line by line, but here's the page of whatever, say page 3, any questions, highlight some of the new costs or highlight some of the increase in costs and move on. And then at the end of the presentation, I mean, there might be some going through, council say, no, we don't want to do that. You can make the cut on the fly. But at the end of the day, then council would give us direction after the budget is presented.
I'd like that.
Okay. So you'd like to go page by page, but not necessarily line by line?
Well, that's my recommendation, but council can do as council wishes.
I'm in council's hands.
Page by page is my vote.
Yeah, I think page by page.
We've got some questions yet. I need answers.
So let's go to page 1.
So if council could remember to use their microphones, that'd be fabulous. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt. I have had my hand up. But
Oh,
Mr. Mayor, can I say something?
we changed the screen, Elaine, we couldn't see you. Go ahead.
Oh, so you bumped me off. Okay, thank you. So I do have a question for Les. So we need to find 4 million and something in order to have a 4% increase in our budget. If we don't find that $4 million, what is the actual increase in our budget? Does that make sense?
Well, the tax levy is about $9 million. So 4.8 is about half of that. But in generally in the past, we have never gone with the first number that I present that we need. Because I would get a chuckle, like council's chuckling. No, at the end of the day, we get to a certain number, and then it's like, oh, we can't cut anymore. Then I think that's the percentage we start working with. If that makes sense. I don't like to throw out a percentage right now, because then back in the day when there used to be newspapers, they would say Treasurer recommends 75% tax rate increase, you know, and then we have a mob at the front counter. So.
Emergency exits are in the rear of the council chamber.
If we were to accept the number that this budget suggests at face value, what percentage increase is that in taxes?
It's more than 50%. Because our tax levy is 9 million. I'm just,
It's more than.
okay, our tax levy is just under $10 million. So if you have to increase it by 4.8 million, that's almost 50%.
What he's saying, Elaine, is if we went ahead and said, okay, we're going to have to put the 4.8 million in the budget, we would be looking at a 50% increase in our tax rate.
Well, that's what I want to know. What is the current tax rate? What would the tax rate be?
50% higher. The current tax rate is, never mind.
Current tax levy is almost $10 million. It's 9.9.
And we. Not, I need to know, as a taxpayer, what percent are my taxes going to go up?
50%.
On the mono share.
50.
Yeah.
50, yes.
50.
Just on the mono share.
Just on the mono share, who knows what Deferred's doing?
So 50%, I'm not making myself very clear and not understanding. So our tax rate right now for 2023, 2024 budget was how much? The increase?
6%.
It was 6.5%.
6.5. So if I looked at that in terms of this current budget, is it recommending it's 12 point something?
No, it's a further increase. Because we already have the increase.
So the 6.5% increase that was there from last year,
Is already-
what would it be this year?
50. But that's my point. Like, we never stay with this initial draft budget. Council goes through it and makes the and does their cut process.
So last year,
6.5% increase, you're going to say to me, Elaine, you're paying 50% more now on your taxes.
because, but Elaine, last year when Les brought us this, it was $6 million that needed to be cut from the budget in order to keep our, I think we started at the 4 again and we went up to the 6.5. So we cut a lot of things. But what staff is telling us this year is that you cut a lot of things, and so you can't keep cutting everything. So we may have to go up higher, but we were here last year, and that's how we ended up with the 6.5. So the number off the top, so that everybody knows, is 50% to cover all of these things that Public Works and Recreation and Operations has come to us saying that this is how much money we need for 2025 to keep our services the same as they are.
And to put it into perspective, this is the aspirational budget. This is what staff have said to us we need to do. And as Fred articulated very nicely, there's the professional advice versus the political decision. And there's usually a very, very big divide between those two things.
Okay, well, if
Oh, she wanted to follow up.
I feel that it shouldn't, so we need to find 4 million and something to bring this to a reasonable percentage that could be accepted by the taxpayers. But I'm reluctant to say, well, let's just go hack this out. I know staff is not going to be happy, put this back on staff and say, you come back with the $4 million out of here, because we can't accept this the way it is. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm getting this all wrong.
And another bit of perspective here, our policing budget has increased by 21%, totally out of our hands.
Yep, the fire boards.
And that 21% adds, I think, about 3% to our budget. The budget increase goes up by 3% for the OPP portion alone. It's incredible. And then you've got your fire boards, and you've got conservation authorities who, you know, in my view, there's one I wouldn't send any money to. Go ahead.
Right, which gives us the Schedule A, number 11. So, yeah, we need to do something.
So the question, though, that I have for, because I know where we're going, because I've done this now a couple of times, and this is how it goes, and I hold out on saying we need to do reserves, and we've got a lot of the reasons why we must do it now is because for the last, even before I came along, there were reserves that just plain weren't put aside. So my question is, if you did just, wildly say, okay, well, we're in this together, everybody's paying, let's up our taxes a bunch, then what happens next year when you get so-called caught up in our reserve and caught up in our doing the projects that need to be done and so on, and getting the new kitchen and these kinds of things? Is there a lull, though, then, that you could be assured relatively that you would then just be a cost of living increase on a budget? Or because it's almost like I'm feeling like, to take the punch and then level it out, as opposed to every year being really hard decisions being made and stuff not being done. Is that in the long run cost you more? I think I know the answer to that, but does in the long run that cost you more than paying down stuff right now? And that's a last question.
Well, if council bit the bullet and did the 50%, we would be in that position. We'd have normal budgeting, normal putting into reserves, doing things at the cost of inflation. We were at that point at one time. But then we also had good growth back then.
Right.
We had 5-6% growth almost annually. We don't have the growth, and our growth helped finance keeping up with what we had. So to answer your question, I would say yes, there would be a leveling off, because now you just bit the bullet, you basically cleaned the slate off. And now we could, be back to budgeting the way it should be when you're not trying to catch up.
Well, back in the 90s, when we had substantial growth, we had a year where we actually reduced the taxes slightly.
Yes.
Because there was so much assessment growth.
Because the other question, and again, coming along late to the party here, compared to you folks who've been around for longer, the idea that Mono's got the lowest tax rate in Deferred, and whenever I see that on Facebook, there's always some, pushback and all that kind of thing. But pardon?
Nobody believes it.
Right. So for many years, everybody has availed of this lower tax rate by living here, just to put us on par with the rest of everybody. That's a very small. It's low, but it's a small percentage, right, Les?
It depends who you compare yourself to. Well, if you compare, say, Shelburne and Orangeville, roughly, they have the same tax rate. It's about just on the municipal portion, 30% difference.
30%.
Mm-hmm. Mike?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to add to Les's comment with respect to leveling off, I think we had significant growth in the late 80s and the early 90s. That infrastructure is aging. And this is, council's seeing replacements of roads, playgrounds on a yearly basis. And And I'm concerned that the increases in materials and goods at 20%, with us playing catch up at 3 to 6%, I don't know if there will be a true leveling off of the requirement to increase some mechanism to create funding to pay for this. So those are concerns that there's definitely aging, or, you know, we're talking about 4.8 million based on, if we look at roads and core infrastructure alone, 4.8 million out of the $251 million worth of assets, Les could probably do the math on it, is not a very high percentage that we're looking to put towards today on that failing $251 million worth of assets. So finding that stabilization is really why we're looking at the asset management plan, to predict exactly what you're asking for. What's it look like? And council received sorry, Matt, 10-year plan on roads? 10-year plan on roads. We get generally a 10-year on bridges. Yes. Kim definitely knows her cycle of playground replacements and roofs. These are things that I think, as we finish the asset management portion that is required to be completed this year, which sets our current level of services, takes the core assets, the non-core, which you've seen in the last couple of years. The goal of that is to show you exactly what you're looking for. Where's our hits? Like, is 2029 going to be horrible? So that's why we need reserves today. I think the 2025 asset management plan is going to give you what you're looking for, but I don't think it's going to level out. I think the cost of goods is going to continue to rise, and our infrastructure is going to continue to fail, not to mention our normal recycling of replacements. Because playgrounds, they definitely, there's not a lot of repair work during the course of its life, but once it fails, it fails. It's a straight line failure, right? Whereas roads, you can sneak them and progress them, but generally they're still going to fail on you. So,
Fred? I just wanted to add one point that's not in Les's presentation or in Mike's discussion. There's another item on the horizon, and even if we were to raise 4.8 million this year, and then hopefully next year we get to a place where it levels off, guess what? It ain't going to happen, because sometime next year we're probably going to take over ownership of County Road 8, and that's going to cost us, Matt probably has got a better idea than I have, but at least $100,000 a year just in operating costs, never mind any future capital costs for that road. Okay,
Well,
so
we want the money from the county to fix it up.
no, they will turn it over to us in quote pristine condition. Matt will make sure of that. It'll be in perfect condition, either the perfect condition or the money to do that when they turn it over to us. But I'm just saying to you, operating costs will at least be $100,000 for that road, and then we'll have to start reserves for bridge replacements 20 years down the road.
So I'm going to suggest that we go back to the notion of page by page, or that we give Les a mandate that, you know, we're looking at something, you know, less than 10. I just throw that out. And, you know, I can shave $500,000 off right now by suggesting borrowing on that bridge. I know you don't like that, but I think we're at that stage now.
But that's not shaving, that's actually adding. It's actually adding to it, because you have to pay the interest to pay it back.
Well, I'm just saying in terms of getting through this budget.
Right, but can I ask one clarifying thing? When you made a comment, when I asked you about the other municipalities in Deferred and the variation of all the taxes, and you said it's about a 30%. So we could increase, if we increased our rate 30%, not the 50% that'll cover the 5 million, because it's 4.8. But if we raised it 30%, then we would be on par with our neighbors, and we'd be closer to the 4.8 million.
Well, with the top two.
With the top two, because we're the top. No, but right.
We're at the low, no, we'd be at par with the two other towns, Orangeville and Shelburne.
Right.
Let's say like East Garifraxa or Melanchthon, that difference is 10 to 15%.
Wasn't East Garifraxa, didn't they make, they were the
very
ones that made a
first year after the
huge
pandemic,
bump
They had
up,
the big bump, yes, over 10%.
right?
And
Okay,
it followed up the following year, the same thing.
okay. They followed up the second year with the same?
A big increase.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Les, but the comparison, say, with a Shelburne or Orangeville is only accurate as far as it goes because the assessed value of property in Mono is greater than the assessed value of a property in downtown Orangeville. So the impact is greater, actually, than simply the
Well, it's a good point you
superficial
make, Mr. Mayor,
percentage
because
increase.
people in Mono think they pay more than Orangeville because the assessment, I mean, it's a formula.
Yeah.
Tax rate times assessment. So if your assessment on average is higher than the average assessment in another municipality, you think you're paying higher taxes.
And the holiday on the freeze comes off probably after the next election.
Right.
So then we'll be flush,
Well,
right? Because as soon as the assessments go to, because they're at 2016 levels, so who are we kidding, right? So as soon as those go, then that'll be the law. Everybody will have to pay a higher amount. You will pay a higher amount, because
that it works quite.
Generally, after reassessment, what happens is the base goes up together. Some properties will go up higher than certain properties, depends where the market pressures are on. But in years of reassessment, we have always taken our tax rate down because
it's going up. No.
the assessment is going up.
Going up, right.
But if the assessment goes up and we keep the same tax rate,
Then we get more money, we'll be flush.
well, it'll be like 100% increase. So, no, well, we would take our tax rate down.
Okay.
Okay, how do we want to proceed?
20 to 1.
I'm not sure physically whether I'm going to last.
Okay.
I've got a few questions.
Elaine and then Ralph.
Well, I cannot entertain a 50% increase flat out. So,
Elaine, it's not
this is not appropriate. I don't think we can do this to our taxpayers. And this
We're not
is
going
a
to.
bad time to try and do that because, yeah, take a hit, take the punch. People already are having a hard time. This is not a year in which things are great, the economy is great, everything is costing people more money, and to do this to our citizens, I think would be a criminal offense. And so I would not accept anything, like if we have to go to 6.5, if we try to get it to 6.5, we're gonna have to bite the bullet on things that we cannot do because we cannot pillage our taxpayers. That's my comment.
Mike?
Heard loud and clear, Councillor Capes. Unfortunately, you have some legislative requirements that, and then the secondary issue is you're entering into cutting levels of service that are not legislative bound by legislation. Your bridges and your roads and your parkland inspections, things falling out of parkland inspections and such are legislated. And then there's the insurance liability side of it too. You saw Les's slide. Les has gone hard at staff already, but staff pushed back on Les. I've said this before. We're pushing this snowball along, and we're continuing to push it, and it's right in front of us again. And if you're going to leave this with staff for a solution, I would have to recommend the staff looks at, you're going to get reports based on, I don't think it's a matter of removing numbers. I think it's unfortunately a matter of staff providing a typed response as to the the results of removing certain items.
Sorry, I don't quite follow that. A type response?
Well, I don't think staff can just, staff's gone through this already. Last year, we pushed a few things along, and they're in this year's budget. I don't think it's fair to ask staff just to remove a number without a detailed response to what the impact of that number has done with exposure to potential liabilities and/or service level drops. The reason I say that is because the public's going to have to know why that road is falling apart, and it's nothing but hot mix patch. Why that trail is bumpier, and why grass is growing in on the edges. Renters need to know that the kitchen cabinet doors may fall on their head. Like, these are liability issues. These are concerns that staff should be providing council with explanations of, to ensure that staff can stand up for, because we have to stand up for staff has to stand up for your budget, and if there's a meeting that outlines the concerns that staff have, then staff have the power to stand behind your budget based on your decisions that you will make.
Well, any explanation that is provided is a lot easier to make than trying to explain a 20, 30, 50% tax increase.
Agreed.
I mean, anything is better than going out there and saying, guess what?
Well, I think you'd have to do both.
Well, you'll end up doing both, but if all you're doing is explaining a huge tax increase, I agree with Lane. It's not on. Fred?
Putting a sign on here, Ontario, bridge closed for 2 years, and telling our residents the reason simply is we couldn't afford to increase taxes by 50%. Yes, it's a bit inconvenient for a very few people who could either have to access their property from Tenside Road or Hockley Road because they can't cross the bridge. But you know what? We can't increase taxes by 50%. So we hang a sign on the bridge. Bridge closed for 2 years.
Like Doug Ford.
And there's no liability
Well,
issue, Mike.
that's just 500,000.
Well, yeah, okay.
Really? Really? That's what you're saying?
Well, it's
been
1.8
done.
million, but only 500,000 is on the taxes.
It's been done before.
Oh, I know it's been done, but we spend all this time sitting here saying how fabulous Mono is and terrific, and we don't want this and we don't want that, and yet we're not putting, we feel that the people who live here aren't interested in upkeep and continuing to keep it beautiful if it's going to cost some money. If you also say that our assessments are higher than others, which I don't know that that's true, then where are all the poor people in Mono that can't afford to have their taxes be at least to what our other neighboring municipalities are? Like, why should you be having something that is so terrific, and yet it doesn't cost you anything? Everything has a cost to it. I'm not saying 50% at all, but I'm just I mean, 6.5 it's not doing it. That's not doing anything. You might as well keep it at the 4. It needs to be a substantial increase this year, because for years and years you have kept it artificially low in the name of political decisions, is my opinion.
Well, we do have the public coming in for part of the budget process,
Yeah,
and,
so
and
let's ask 'em.
we can say to them, this is the reality. What do you think? And I know what they're going to tell us.
Well, then, but if we actually really, because that's the thing, we sit here and we read all of the materials, but not all of them do. And then even when we do read them, one of our own councillors, you were a little confused at the beginning, right? I mean, it's hard, it's tricky stuff. So if somehow during this public meeting on the 19th, we could really impress upon them what it is, without the answers of, well, I'm just going to let's put a sign out front of your road that you can't drive on it. I mean, I don't think that's a reasonable response. But if we actually let them know all of those details in a simplistic way, or not simplistic, that's not the right word, in a bubbled down way, that maybe they wouldn't be so quick to say no.
Ralph?
Mike and, Mike?
Oh, what do you mean?
I wonder if you could just, you had a suggestion in plainer language. Can you just explain what you're suggesting we do? You seem to be upset about us asking a cut across the board on the basis of numbers. You seem to be interested in us knowing the implications of what the cuts are and accepting them. But I'm not quite sure how we go ahead on this.
Yeah, I'm not upset. I understand the political side, right? Like, I understand that. Fred, Deputy Mayor Nix, you and I have had the same conversation for almost 15 years, 10, 12 years now, that if you push it today, it's going to come back. So it's not really, I'm not upset. It's sure, staff is being challenged now with coming up with unique ways to fund the replacement of assets with the money that's being allotted to us. What I'm suggesting and asking, or what I'm suggesting is that I don't want staff just to pull a number out without a root cause of what happens to it. What council can expect by, Bridge 5, for example. Council has a survey that the residents were pretty darn supportive of having it.
What else could they say? Yeah, of course they want the bridge.
I remember the Bridge 19, Jim Reeves? Bridge 19 down at Mono, 7th line bypass to Tim Hortons at Mono Mills. The little jog through there. And I mentioned it in open council that maybe we could close that bridge, and the council chambers was full. So we've created our level of engagement. I can warn council, this is explosive. So that's on the Bridge 5. I think it'll be.
Maybe it should be a local improvement levy.
Yeah.
What, everybody pays extra for it? Is that?
No, we're the
So what
neighbors pay for it.
So to Councillor Minktelow's suggestion is, what I'm asking is
I'm kidding.
I don't know if we're ready to go to the public on the 19th because of what's happening right now. But what I do, it's always public. But what I'm asking council, I guess, is for staff we'll go back to the table. We'll do the best job possibly of providing council with written explanations as to whether it's a mandatory legislative requirement or a direct impact to your levels, your current quality. We call it level of service. We can call it quality of life inside of Mono, whether we start to impact the quality of life of the residents of Mono that enjoy, and whether it's 1 or whether it's 10,000, I think it's important that all of them are all these cuts that, I reviewed the whole budget. I can't come up with 4.8 million in my head right now. But I think once staff starts to look at, it's not sorry, Matt, it's not legislative that we put down 40,000 tons of gravel and at that cost, but it's your high priority target of complaints. Staff needs to be able to support council in their reductions, and by staff providing council with written descriptions of what the impact will be, puts us in that position, not to transfer the blame to council, but to support council through the course of 2025, because it will cause our complaints it will cause problems.
I'm sorry, which part will cause problems? If we cut stuff so
we
that
start
we
to
make
cut
our
levels of
low
service
taxes?
and things like that.
As opposed to if we increase the taxes, everybody will be unhappy, but we'll maintain services. And we could have the proof, if you guys have written all these things down for us, we'll have the proof to be able to tell them that this is an important thing to do, right?
So basically, we're talking probably about the requested increases in the capital improvements that we're cutting.
Right.
Sorry, Councillor Capes.
Yes, Elaine, sorry.
Thank you, and thank you, Mike, for that. And I think it would be very helpful to know what is legislatively required that we're really, on the hook for and accountable for, and what is an impact to, you called it quality of life, but versus, I think it's great to have that appreciation. And if there's any way to distill out those things that and I'm just gonna pick on playground equipment because I don't, it's an easy place to go. So we can't give the level of service that we've been used to and are accustomed to because we can't afford it. So maybe there becomes an alternate way to fund these things. If there's a playground that's really wanted in a certain area, let's start a community foundation fund to build that playground. It doesn't all have to come from every taxpayer. I think we need to change our thinking about some things. But I think if at least we have the information that says, these are legislative requirements, and we cannot sacrifice any of this. These are things that we may be able to delay or consider alternatives for. I like that. I think that's brilliant. Thank you for that.
So is there some interest in amending the meeting schedule so that at our next meeting, we're not quite ready for the public, but we are ready to talk about some... Yes, Fred?
So, Your Worship, if council's at the point of trying to decide what to cut significantly that's going to lead to a change in level of service, perhaps council does need to hear from the public before making those decisions. So maybe the schedule, I'm not sure staff's going to have that report available. I'll leave that for others to comment on.
You may be able to make some progress at least, and then the rest is up to us to explain to the public what the options are.
Yeah, that council's at the point of clearly debating levels of service and try to get a sense of what the community's priorities are on what to keep and what not to keep on level of service, as opposed to focusing on dollars.
Right.
I mean, it translates to dollars eventually.
Because it does translate to dollars, like big dollars, right? Like our taxes are not millions of dollars, right? I mean, even if you have $1 million house, it's not $1 million of taxes, right? So I think the money part is important too. But yeah, so when we could do that, still do that in the evening, because we have an evening meeting scheduled next, so that we get hopefully more public input, right? Because I'm coming back from Calgary for the meeting, right? So tell me if we're canceling it.
No.
Right? We're still talking about doing it next week, or are we talking, Mike? Are we talking about pushing it even more when you say we're not quite ready?
I'm shooting from the hip on trying to help council, trying to get to a palatable number for council to start to really dig into staff, and I know 50% is not that number. We're not reviewing the pages because of that number. We're not looking at, Councillor Cape's asking me why machine number so-and-so went up $3,000, and me saying it's new tires. Like, we're not looking into that depth right now because the number's so astronomical that it's, are so large that, so no, the agenda for next Tuesday is released tomorrow afternoon normally, but probably Thursday. So that agenda is, so the staff won't have any time. We will commence with subject to meeting schedules. We may commence with meetings this week on that.
So then is it maybe we should change it and make it, like, cancel that meeting and put the next, because the budget's kind of like the item, right, on the agenda, right?
There's no deadline to pass it either.
Right, so that we don't have that night meeting, but we make our last meeting in November, the following one, be an evening meeting. Can we Would you be,
Yeah,
would you be 2 weeks away to be, or whatever that?
Well, I don't think we cancel the meeting. It's been maybe in some residents' calendars already. Maybe residents have made alternate schedules to attend. But I think you can have some pretty frank discussions with council or residents. You can hear some pretty frank discussions on projects that have been presented by staff, and then that'll give us even more of a sense of where we're going. So, but where's Les's schedule? Staff would get back to you with respect to the fruition of the presented schedule already. So we would be able to deal with that over the next couple of days to see if the regular scheduled meeting of December, the first Tuesday of December, second Tuesday, right, of December? The second Tuesday of December is something that we could have a explanation on why projects stayed in and why projects.
So you're suggesting, sorry, maybe speaking out of turn, but you're suggesting you'd have a revised budget for the 2nd of December?
Well, what I'm recommending, we'll get back to you in the next couple of days as to when we would have that revised budget.
So, but the next Tuesday's evening meeting, which I was pleased to see so many people here because of the topics on the agenda. So you're saying that it's been in their calendar and we're going to release the agenda, and so on next Tuesday's evening meeting could be them, the public included, asking questions about how it stands right now, not with any changes particularly, but how it stands right now, right?
We share with them our frustration, and we will not be the only municipality facing this.
No, God, no.
You
The
know,
federal
like,
government, everybody.
I was going to move a motion that we start a GoFundMe page for Mono.
We do, it's called a tax.
So I think we go ahead with the meeting next week. Les, you've got a good presentation. I would suggest you repeat it so that, even though it's been on the internet, so the public can see it, and then you end. $4.8 million. What, council doesn't know what to do. We want to hear from the public. What can we do? Do we raise taxes by 50%? Do we cut the re-graveling for 1 year? Do we close Bridge here, Ontario? Do we forget the pulverizing and redoing of one of your lines? I'm not making those suggestions right now, but those are the types of options. Les, I think when you finish your presentation, we pick one of them. One of them might be increase taxes by 50%. I don't know. I doubt that would fly. One of the other options might be we have to borrow some money for a few years.
And also increase by a substantial amount, not necessarily 50, but it could be a substantial amount that would get us closer, and some other things, right? To put it in the hands of the opinions, get the opinions of the people, right?
I think that, I think.
Yes, this is presentation. We say, here's the problem. Public, what's your response?
I think that's worthwhile. We may also get a sense of tolerance for how much of an increase.
Yeah. Where are Kevlar vests? Les?
So just a question to council, for the 19th, do you want to go at least partway through the budget, have some kind of presentation? Or hit all the capital pages? At least present the capital, what we're up against?
And I think
instead of going line by line. I mean, hydro's hydro. We still got, I mean, we have bills to pay regardless what we do. There's increases. But at least.
I think your budget presentation today is an absolute must, because that really brings into focus how far we are behind the 8 ball.
And if you added the capital, capital budgets in there too, like you have shown that fire is going to be way increased, and so is our need now for renewal of things, right? In a slide there in that presentation, that would be very helpful. Because yes, it's been out there, but we know people aren't.
I know. So I think that makes it critical that we get that amendment to the website page, so that people can look at it in advance of next Tuesday. Now, I have a bit of a dilemma, folks. It's 1 o'clock, a little past 1, so we need a motion to continue past 1. But I'm suggesting that we defer Schedule A and frankly everything else until the next meeting or the meeting after that. I don't see anything urgent there.
Would council entertain taking a 30-minute recess and then reconvening for maybe an hour?
I don't know how that, I can't have a nap in that time.
Not unless there's some food in the building.
Yeah.
But I could probably arrange food in an hour.
I think that we've got two significant resignations here that we should deal with them, if there's going to be a discussion of them.
Doesn't have to be today.
Pardon?
It has to be discussed, but I don't think it has to be today.
Yeah, I mean, they've resigned, it's not like we can ask them back tomorrow or something.
We probably need a motion to accept, if indeed that's the will of council, but, you know, I don't see the urgency in dealing with it. The committee has a quorum at 3.
Yes,
I mean, we may have to have a meeting called by the mayor if somebody else resigns, but.
That's true.
Okay, so Kim's got something.
Currently, we're processing a couple of applications that probably could be delayed to the January.
Okay, so do I have a motion to extend past 1? Reluctantly, Deputy Mayor, seconded by Ralph. Any opposed? None opposed?
Well, wait a second.
Elaine,
Yeah,
sorry.
I thought we just said we were going to carry on. Oh, you mean just carry on for the 1 o'clock and wrap it up?
Just to wrap it up.
Okay, yes.
Only to wrap it up. So is there anything of urgency on that, Kim?
Yes, I have one item that I was bringing up in staff report, and that's just to let council know that I did go ahead and make application to the Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund for the replacement of the Purple Hill Playground and the surfacing. That application was due on October 29th. I did meet the deadline and got it in for us. And I did ask for the extra consideration for the 70% as opposed to the 50% of grant money. The monies that we do have already in reserves for the park would pay our 30% of it. So
Perfect.
basically, if we're successful in this grant, we'll get new playground equipment and surfacing at Purple Hill Park without any additional cost to the municipality. What I need to do at this point is one thing that would improve our application, which I can send in at this point, is a resolution from council. And I've written that out saying that council for the town of Mono approve the Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund, Stream 1, Repair and Rehabilitation Grant application to replace the playground equipment and surface material at Purple Hill Park.
Okay. So it's moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Melinda.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Brilliant, Kim.
And it's, I like it. And Bradley will be happy. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Last call on anything urgent. Fred?
So if council is willing to entertain, so they gave direction on at least one item to be added to the list of unfinished business. So that was for the Director of Recreation to prepare a feasibility study on...
What did read, number 1?
Right, which was that we add a feasibility study of developing a multi-use recreation center to the list of council unfinished and deferred business and assign it a priority of, does council want to?
Low. Given all the other things, low.
Yeah. Elaine, any thoughts? We're going to put it
Well,
on the
I
to-do
think-
list.
Okay, so I think it's important, but obviously, we're not gonna get the funding going in 2025, but we should be prepared for the 2026 budget year. So I don't know what that means.
So I would say low in that case.
You can have it ready by next week, Kim.
Pardon me?
You can have the report
Low.
ready by next week.
Okay, so did we have a motion?
Oh, you wanted to move her in a second, no, what?
To add to the to-do list, we traditionally have a motion.
You would traditionally, so I can reread that then again. So the motion was that we add a feasibility study developing a multi-use recreation center to the list of council unfinished and deferred business and assign it a low priority.
And a mover? Deputy
Sure.
Mayor? And Elaine, seconds. Any
Yeah.
opposed? Motion is carried. Last call. So I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council of the town of Mono in session 18-2024 held on the 12th of November 2024, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover on that? Councillor Davey, seconded by Councillor Mantalo. Any opposed? That motion is carried. And I have a motion that we adjourn this meeting at 10 minutes past 1, moved by Councillor Davey, Councillor Mantalo, seconds. Any opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.